Testing. One sec. Pretty much ready off the bat to get started, but let me test. I gotta test the sound to make sure everything's loud enough. Or if I need to move my mic up or whatever. Give me a second. Already scrambling to get started. Okay, we're live. That sounds plenty loud enough. I mean, there's an echo, but that sounds plenty loud enough. Yeah, that's kind of impressive. All right. Let me make sure there's no echo from the... Oh. There might be echo from the music. Give me a sec. Oh, wait. Hold on. Give me a sec. Okay. So what I need to do is, for this last little bit of management, I'll just make this quieter. There we go. You guys can hear it, my mic can't hear it. I mean, I want a little bit of lo-fi beats in the background for me. I just need it loud enough or quiet enough to where my mic doesn't pick up on it. I wonder, hold on, let me just down the sensitivity on my mic. Can I do that? Here? In case you haven't noticed, I'm the best streamer that ever lived. This seems fine. I can turn it up a little bit. Okay, maybe not. This mic's too goddamn sensitive. Let me see if I can down this. Just do this real quick. Give me a second. Give me a fucking second here. I mean, why is there always a volume on? Why is it described as a volume for microphones when it doesn't make any sense? What if I down that? It's just gonna make me quieter. It's not gonna. Dang it. Maybe we'll deal with it. Maybe it's not that bad. Let me know if the echo sounds weird. Alright, we're gonna get started. Just gonna get started. I'm gonna hit... Where are we gonna get started? I'm bad at this. Hold on. There we go. Hey everybody. Hey, now this is officially starting. Welcome to Twitching with Tristenkw5. On this, my first stream of 2024. Oh god, I'm gonna need to get a soda soon. So I'm gonna be doing, for this stream, my top 10 lists of shows and movies, video games, and anime. All in separate lists. So anime will be separate out from movies and shows, because shows is gonna be a little bit kind of all over the place. Or not all over the place, but they're less important to me than anime. I just watch a smattering of whatever throughout the year, but they can still be fun to list and decide where they go on the list and everything. So, meanwhile, can I change this? No, I can't. I was hoping I could change this song without having to go onto the tab, because you guys can see that too, but I'm indifferent. I'm gonna have to grab a soda at some point. I'll probably do that in between after we finish this first one. These can get lengthy. Early warning, at least considering previous years. I just wanna. There we go. Full screen. Let me double check everything is showing up, including my camera and everything. Yep. Do I need to move my camera? Let's move it to the bottom right. Hold on. Let's move me over here. Too far. And I can be a little smaller. There we go. But looking at my stream setup. Okay. I think that's better. Please feel free to interact in the chat. Give me feedback. Tell me if I might have forgotten something, but I doubt it. Or if you want more explanation on an opinion on something, that's always supposed to be the fun of this. But with that, I guess I'm just going to get started. So we're starting off with the top 10 shows / movies. I'm going to put them all in the same category together because I don't think I'd have enough separately to do just shows and then just movies, and or I think it's more fun to have to try to deal with trying to rank the both of them. I usually have some internet only stuff on this list, or at least last year I did some stuff that's not necessarily falls into categories of TV or movies, but I threw this list together kind of at the last second, and I was like, there's nothing else that was web only that was really spectacular to me this year like it was last year off the top of my head. So without having to do a deep dive, I stuck to things that came out in 2023 and were on streaming or came out in theaters, anything like that. I also put stuff on here that I didn't actually finish or I didn't actually watch, just in case people are like, hey, why isn't this on the list? They might think I forgot it. I didn't forget it, I just didn't watch it. So that's what this category is going to be for. We have our tiers up here. The actual top 10 of the year is going to be only in this top row, and those are going to be in order from, in the top 10 order. We'll put them in order towards the end. And then we have the honorable mention row, which will be stuff that didn't quite make the list, but I still think are worth mentioning and or are really great. And then the fine mess stuff is all the stuff that I didn't feel that great about, or I finished and for some reason, and then was just like, it's fine. And then didn't finish. Could also be this was trash, so I didn't finish it, or it could just be like I lost interest, but didn't necessarily think it was bad. But that'll go down here at the bottom. Nothing down here is in order. Pretty much down here is all vibes. Only the top 10 is going to be in order. So this just not make this take forever. If you have any questions, put them in the chat. And with that, we'll get started. So I guess I'll just go down the row here. First, we're going to get everything onto the overall list, and then I'll get into the top 10 part. First, let's pluck out the stuff that I didn't actually watch. Maybe that's the best way to go about this. Or I didn't finish. Stuff I didn't finish and stuff I didn't watch. So, starting at the front here, The Continental. I watched the first episode out of 3, and just didn't go back. I think I heard generally it wasn't that great, and so I didn't go back to it. The Continental is the John Wick spinoff. It's like a prequel to the John Wick movies. So that happened this year on like Peacock or some shit. I watched the first episode and wasn't impressed. If anything, I just want to know what that series is about overall. I feel like, this is my guess, and it's not spoilers because I didn't look up anything to confirm it or not. I feel like the first episode of The Continental is about John Wick's parents, his mom and his dad. That's what I think. And I think the other 2 episodes of the series probably would have borne that out if I had watched the rest. Just couldn't be bothered. Maybe I'll go back and watch them, or maybe I'll look up the spoilers later, but I've heard nothing about The Continental since then, so I imagine it wasn't very good. So I just saved my own personal time not watching it. Up next, The Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix. I watched the first 2 episodes and really liked it, actually. I actually like The Fall of Usher. I'm only putting it here because I didn't finish it. I only watched those first 2 episodes, and it came out at a time when I just didn't really feel like watching that much of a live action show. I had some other stuff I was watching at the time, I think. So, Fall of the House of Usher, I think is good, and I know I will like it. I just need to finish it, but that's why it's down here. I didn't finish Scavenger's Reign. Scavenger's Reign was like a last second. I heard this was really fucking good, so let me go watch it. And then I watched the first 2 episodes, and I was not impressed. It is an animated series that was supposed to be like a really, or I'm not gonna say supposed to be. I heard it was a highly rated, really in-depth sci-fi anime about a bunch of people who crash land on a planet that's completely alien, and it is just super detailed in how alien the world is. Like it does good. I think it does decent world building without going into detail. Maybe, you know what, I don't need to have, what I can have to help with this. Let's go on YouTube real quick. This can't possibly go wrong. Okay, and what you can't. Get this off. Scavenger's Reign. Okay. I did this last year too, so I can have trailers going or show trailers while I'm talking about stuff, so you can get like the visuals. I'm gonna do that, mute it, and do that. All right. So Scavenger's Reign looks like this. My problems with the show, and it was problems, I didn't keep going because I actually fell off. I didn't think it was going to be worth the time. For me personally, I do think the show, if you haven't watched a variety of animated stuff, then I could see how the show would be impressive to you, maybe. That sounds ridiculous. That sounds like elitist. I don't mean it like that. I don't know. I watched it and I wasn't as blown away with the way they told the story. Because the problem with it was, just to go over quickly, they show a lot of alien... They throw you into the story when everything's already happened, and you're kind of picking up the pieces without them, like, just spoon-feeding you what's going on, including who these characters are, how they got where they are, what they're trying to do, what their goals are. You figure them out vaguely over the course of the first episode, but in the meantime, I didn't care about any of the characters. There's never any time where they slow down and they're like, this is why you should like these characters. They are all just kind of already doing their thing, and they kind of focus more on how weird the planet is and how rough it is and blah de blah. Anyway, it kind of just felt like I had my problems with it. I dropped off a bit. I think it's really highly regarded, so that's why I'm going into such a long explanation of why. But anyway, didn't love it. We'll move on to the next thing. Let me hit that, and that just puts it back over here, right? Yep. Okay, so I can go grab another trailer if I need to, just like last year. Okay, so didn't finish Scavenger's Reign. The Flash. I didn't watch it. I don't generally watch DC movies, but I put some big stuff on here that somebody might be like, hey, what did you think of blankety blank? Didn't watch The Flash. Didn't hear good things. The good things I heard didn't change my mind. Not interested. Well, I was semi-interested, to be fair. Depending on how it came out, it might have been the one I saw. But, no, it sounded like it was real dumb. So, didn't watch it. Super Mario Brothers movie, didn't watch it. At all. And the only reason it's on this list is because it's a big video game movie that came out this year. I'm associated with video games. But no, I didn't watch it. I might eventually. I just wasn't going to go out of my way. It's on Netflix. I can watch it pretty easily. But I just have, from what I've heard from people who are way into Super Mario Brothers or who are way into video games, it's a decent movie that happens to be Super Mario Brothers, but it's not really a great Super Mario Brothers movie. As in, like, it's like a generic animated movie that just makes a bunch of Mario references. Let's put it that way. So that's what I heard. I don't have a strong opinion. I'll watch it eventually, maybe, just so I can know. But like, I still haven't seen the Sonic movies for the same reason. Like, I know the Sonic movies at least got better. but I still don't have like a strong pull to like want to sit down and watch a movie about them or a movie with them. So I don't know. That's where I am on the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Same thing for Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't have a whole lot of interest in Five Nights at Freddy's, even though I know a decent amount about it. Just because I'm more interested in the lore and the theories around Five Nights at Freddy's than I am actually playing the games or watching anything that's actually directly just retelling the story. But I like the overall timeline and stuff, and you know, figuring out the details. I watch more YouTube videos on Five Nights at Freddy's than I do anything that's actual Five Nights at Freddy content. I was trying to decide if I should move my... I can move this a little bit closer, but I really don't. It's fine. It's fine. Nobody's chatting. If somebody chats, I'll see it. So yeah, Five Nights at Freddy didn't watch. The Boy and the Heron could technically go in the anime section, but I was like, whatever. It's easiest to just slap here since it's a movie. But I didn't watch it. It came out pretty late in 2023. And also, I have respect for Miyazaki, but I'm not like I'm not a Miyazaki fan. Like, it doesn't excite me to watch Miyazaki movies, but they're good movies in like the classical sense. I'll probably get around to watching it just because it might be one of his last, and it's also kind of like interesting because it's the one I know the least about going into it, since there was like zero marketing deliberately. But I didn't watch it, so I'll go there. They Cloned Tyrone. I wanted to watch this on Netflix. It's a Netflix original movie that was like a comedy, a sci-fi comedy about I don't know a ton. I wanted to go in kind of blind, but it was recommended to me and it did look good because I think it has Jamie Foxx and John Boyega, however you say his name. I think that's him. Either way, it's about like some black guy in the hood who gets cloned or something, and it goes sideways. Either way, I wanted to watch it, but I didn't get around to it, so I'm gonna keep it on the list here. I probably will watch that sometime in like the next month or two. Now that I'm freed up from like trying to get like 2023 stuff done. Is generally how my January, February goes, is just going back and watching stuff that I was interested in but not strong enough to just immediately watch. But look up a trailer for that if you want to know more about that. I don't want to go too far into stuff that is not that important to the list. That might be it. No wait, I didn't watch the season of Invincible, the second season that came out this year. I don't know if it finished during this year. I don't think it did. But even if it did, I didn't watch it. I'll get back around to it, but I didn't hear anything. When season 1 of Invincible came out, everybody was talking about Invincible, and it made me watch it, and I liked it a lot. Season 2, nobody's really talking that much about. I think it's because it's just like, it's still good, but it's not novel, or it's not like unexpectedly good this time. Like, people know the score, people know what it's about, so they're not talking about it as much. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I just didn't get around to watching it in time, and I don't even know if it's going to finish in 2023. It might finish, the last couple of episodes might finish in 2024 for all I know, even though it started in 2023, so whatever. Either way, didn't watch it. The Mandalorian Season 3, didn't watch. I haven't watched The Mandalorian since Season 2 of The Mandalorian, and that's when I stopped. So I didn't watch Mandalorian Season 3, and for all intents and purposes, it sounds like I didn't miss anything. It sounds like everything else I heard about Season 3, it wasn't good. But I'm also just kind of done with The Mandalorian. Season 1, pretty fantastic. Season 2 was solid to fine, and then everything after Boba Fett, or everything seemed like... I didn't watch the story of Boba Fett or whatever, but because I also heard not great things. But I'm just kind of done with these characters. The story they told between Season 1 and 2 was enough for me, personally. And so I didn't watch Mandalorian Season 3. I think, I missed out on Star Wars Visions 2. I wish I would have watched that. I completely forgot that it happened. I really actually wanted to watch Star Wars. I really like Star Wars Visions Volume 1. So I wish I would have went back and watched that before the end of the year. I'll probably do that again, I'll probably do that like this month, the next couple weeks, because I do want to watch that. But a glance at the animated stuff they have in like on the poster, because that was like the only thing I've seen of it, didn't really look as, nothing particularly looked as good as Season 1, but we'll see. That's me just making like a judgment based off of the characters on this poster. So I don't know. It could be just as good as season 1 for all I know. Same thing for What If season 2 came out super late. It started in December. I don't even know if it's done. I heard it's actually pretty good. I heard What If season 2 may actually be better than season 1 from the little bit that I've heard. But I have watched zero of it. I'm planning to get all that stuff on Disney Plus all done at once. So I'll probably watch that alongside Visions here before the end of January. Plus, I don't even know if What If is going to finish in 2023. I think maybe some of their episodes are going to bleed over into 2024. I have no idea. So, didn't watch it. It's also down here on the list. So really, the only thing that I started and didn't finish, I think, was the Continental and Scavenger's Reign. These two things. So they go at the bottom for being things that I at least started and I just didn't have the pull to finish. And I don't think there's anything else. Everything else on the list I finished. And there's not actually that much stuff. I didn't realize how much of this stuff, or how much of this total list was made up by stuff that I just didn't touch. So, everything down here is stuff I watched to completion and enjoyed on some level. Netflix series, movie series, so on and so forth. Streaming series. What If it's done? Oh, okay, thanks, Hector. But I'll get around to it. Did you watch it? Tell me any opinions you have on stuff as I go along. You let me know if you liked it. I don't know if you were here for me to say it, but I didn't finish The Fall of Usher, but I think it's going to be... I would imagine it would be an honorable mention for me, just seeing how the rest of this list is shaping up. Especially since I'm combining movies with shows. If I was just doing shows, then Fall of Usher would be in my top 10. I saw it, and I think it was better than season 1. Cool. Yeah, that's everything I heard. So I'll get around to watching it soon. All right, let's get to this actual list. Starting with Secret Invasion. You know, I kind of thought that these two things would cover everything I needed, these two categories down here. Secret Invasion wasn't fine or meh. Secret Invasion was bad. It might be the only bad thing that I finished this year, okay? So I'm gonna just I don't need to go into more detail than that. Secret Invasion was bad. It's probably the worst thing that I finished this year. I think I'm gonna go into if you want to know, if you don't know why, I can go into it, but I feel like everybody knows. I don't think that's crazy. I think we'll just keep moving on to happier things. But I'm happy to get that out of the way first. Everything else, now, with that out of the way, I think everything else on here I actually like a lot. But I might pluck out this stuff. Sisu was a movie I ended up seeing last. And just for people who don't know, I'm going to put that up here. I'll talk about that while I have the trailer. Not in Hindi. I saw the trailer for this. I think it hit it like John Wick or something. It's a Red Band trailer. I should probably do that. Whatever, it's tiny. Sisu is like old man John Wick. It's like about but it's like World War II old man John Wick versus a bunch of Nazis out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like that's kind of like what got me interested. I was like, okay, how's this old man going to beat a bunch of soldiers out on this flat plain with no cover, no nothing? And I feel like this entire movie was it was like, hey, yeah, we can do a John Wick. It was like somebody overseas saying, yeah, we can do a John Wick. And I don't even know if that's true, but this is what it feels like. I don't know if this was American made. It's from the studio behind John Wick. So that makes it sound like it's American made. But either way, it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like a parody of John Wick, which I think would have been better. It just felt like a not as good John Wick. It felt like we're gonna have crazy violence from time to time. We're gonna be a little bit campier. We're not gonna be as realistic. We're gonna be a little bit more not cartoony, but just kind of like it just didn't keep the believability up. I couldn't the suspense of believability, whatever that phrase is, it'll come back to me. Suspend my disbelief. I could not suspend my disbelief. I almost didn't finish the movie. It wasn't bad. It just is at that point. It's just boring because you just kind of like know, okay, well he's just gonna kill a bunch of them over the course of these like couple of days, and then there's gonna be a bunch of violence and stuff while it happens. But it's not great. It's fine. This is like the definition of this category. It was fine. Which is a little bit disappointing. The trailer, I was like, oh, this could be really cool, and then it just kind of was like, it was fine. Okay, that's Sisu. I think I'm going to quit going in order of stuff that's going to be at the bottom now. The majority of stuff might be in these top two categories, kind of. I'm gonna quit jumping around. Let's just go in order, and that'll be a little bit more interesting. So, Blue Eye Samurai is going to be in the top 10. That's a gimme. Or at least I believe it is. There's a chance that I put more than 10 things up here, and I'm going to have to cut some stuff. But since anything that I put up here, I'm going to talk about more in detail when we get to the top 10. Because then that'll come into play for breaking stuff down. So I'm not going to go into detail on why the stuff in top 10 is there. Just know that we'll get to it. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. That's in top 10. Technically should be on my anime list, but hey, actually, I'm not going to worry about it. I should have put it on the anime list. I could have done that manually. Because technically, it was a big controversy this year about whether or not Scott Pilgrim Takes Off was an anime or not. It is, for all intents and purposes, not in the way that like people call Avatar: The Last Airbender not an anime, and they're kind of wrong. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off is an anime. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna put it here though on the shows and movies because at the end of the day, what does it matter? Kinda. I mean, I kind of want my anime list to have it on it. Oh, maybe I can put it on the list when we get there. But for right now, I'm gonna leave it on this list until we can find out if I can throw it onto the anime list, because I'm using a different site that may actually have it in the database now I'm thinking about it. My usual anime site that I use for the database didn't add it because they consider it not an anime. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm using a different site for the list, so they may have it. But we're moving on. We're gonna get to it. Barbie. I liked Barbie. I don't know if it's gonna make the top 10. For right now, we're gonna put Barbie in honorable mention, and maybe it'll make its way up. But I liked Barbie. I'm just not sure it's gonna make the cut. Guardians of the Galaxy will probably make the top 10. We'll get to it. Dungeons and Dragons could make the top 10, but I doubt it. I'm gonna put it at the top of honorable mention. Spider-Man is definitely gonna be in the top 10. It's the sequel to my favorite animated anything of all time, or what used to be after Arcane passed it up, but it's still really high up there. It's definitely gonna be in the top 10. John Wick Chapter 4, surprisingly, may not make the top 10. We'll put it there for now. So that I should talk about these more since they're on the cusp. Barbie I enjoyed a lot. I'm not sure there's much to say about Barbie if you haven't already. I mean, Barbie and Oppenheimer both were like a phenomenon this summer, so either you know about them or you don't. Actually, I don't think Barbie's gonna make the top 10 because of the ending. I think everything in Barbie was cool and funny and a good time, but it ended in a way that didn't feel like I didn't get it, as in like me, a guy. It felt like an ending that was just kind of like, what? It felt like an ending that kind of just deflated the feeling. It was a movie with a lot of things to say, and I respect it, but I think the things it had to say at the end of the movie were just not conveyed in a way that contributes to the movie. I'm sure there are plenty of people who found the messages at the end of the movie impactful or anything like that. And maybe it meant something to them. I'm not taking away any of it. I don't think the ending of that movie. I don't think that's a movie where the ending matters as much. But that said, the way it ends with like the weird other dimension where we just get a bunch of flashbacks and flashes of a bunch of stuff. I don't fault it, but it's not a plus for me. Otherwise, everything else before that, probably it probably could have maybe at least been right on the edge of the top 10s, but I think it's going to be an honorable mention here. Dungeons and Dragons I liked a lot more than I thought I would, considering what the trailer looked like. I forgot, there's so much of this shit that I forgot even came out this year, which is why I delayed my stream, because I said 6 o'clock and then I realized I hadn't put together this list. And I thought it was going to be a pretty quick list to put together, and then I just didn't realize how much fucking shit I forgot came out this year. There was a lot of stuff that I thought came out last year, including Dungeons and Dragons. I liked it a lot. I think it was super funny. I liked pretty much all the cast. I think he did a good job representing Dungeons and Dragons as somebody who's just like tangentially knowledgeable about it. Like I know stuff of Dungeons and Dragons, and I have played Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm not way into it. So as somebody with that amount of context, I think the movie was pretty great. It was even better than a lot of fucking Marvel movies that came out this year, probably. So for right now, I'm going to leave it there with a recommendation. Anything in the honorable mention category, I would say probably go out of your way to at least watch. Everything in the top half of this list, I would say is probably worth that. So if it's down here and fine and meh, that's like well, if you're really looking for something unusual or something you haven't heard about, yeah. Okay, the Marvels. It's not gonna make top 10, but I like the Marvels. I like the Marvels a lot. Oh, I didn't talk about John Wick. We'll get to it. Let me just finish this thought. I don't have as much to say about the Marvels. I think it's better than people expected it to be by a lot, but it's not mind-blowing. It's good. I laughed. It had really funny moments. I think it was a fun movie, but it's also one of those movies that's going to come and go as far as Marvel movies. So it's like a pretty low, it's not a low tier, but I mean, it's like a mid-tier Marvel movie where it's like, yeah, this is still fun to watch, but it isn't one of the big bangers. So it's fine. I don't know if I have anything else to say about the Marvels. I think it was solid. I think it was good. This is where it goes. The bottom of the honorable mentions. Better than fine, meh, but not by a ton. I think that's currently how I feel about it. We'll see as this list moves on how I feel. John Wick 4. I love the John Wick movies. I think the age is starting to show on Keanu Reeves in doing these movies. It's just the action now is getting a little bit slowed down. The action is getting a little bit... It's still pretty tight, but it's the fight scene, any of the action scenes and big tentpole scenes. There's probably a better phrase for that. I'm trying to remember, but it's not coming to me. The concepts and the setups for those scenes, they're all still good. That universe is still fun. John Wick is still a good character, along with all the characters that he interacts with. There's a lot I still like in this movie, but it's not as good as John Wick 1 or 2. I think that John Wick may have peaked just because Keanu Reeves can't keep doing it as smooth and as fast as he was doing it in that first movie. He's definitely still doing it well, but it's just like age is just catching up to him, and I feel like, for me, that is slowing the movie down, but that still makes it one of the best. It's still one of the best action movies of the year, if not the best. It's just, not going to be the best forever. But John Wick 4 is still like, I still liked it better than Dungeons and Dragons, for example, or anything else here. So it could pop up into the top 10, depending on how the rest of this list goes. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, the movie. I'm going to put a trailer for that up. Mutant Mayhem. Because that is pretty much is the final trailer what I want to show. No, I'll show this. The look of the animation and stuff, like the animated movies we've been getting since the first Spider-Verse really showed people that not everything has to look like fucking Pixar movies to be impressive, has really paid off. I think that the look in the animation of this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie is really good, and that's why I went out of my way to see it, and I liked it a lot. Maybe it'll crack top 10. Let's leave it where it is. But I like everything about it. I like the way it looks. I like their version of the Turtles. I like the younger, actual teenage version of the Turtles. They're a lot of fun. I like the action, actually. I think the action in the movie actually looks pretty good, too. So that's, I mean, it's kind of like a straightforward story. It's not really heavy-handed on anything, but everybody did their job in it, and I liked it a lot. So I'm going to leave it there for right now. I think I still like the Dungeons & Dragons movie a little bit more. But I guess we'll get down to it if they manage to make it up to the top 10. I don't think they are, because we haven't really gotten into... These have all been movies so far, for the most part up here. Well, not for the most part, because these two aren't movies. But, like, the streaming shows are going to knock some of these things down. Maybe. We'll find out. Up next is Ant-Man, Quantumania. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Yeah, no. It was fine. It was fine? The Marvel stuff, I'm not going to go into detail as far as, like, what's happening, like I did on, like, the stuff that I feel like not everybody saw or heard of. I'm going into more detail. But the Marvel stuff, you already know. Quantumania, I think I liked better than most people. It is the best fine thing. I think I like the Marvels a little bit more than Quantumania. But that's with me not having seen Quantumania in quite a... there's a little bit of recency bias because the Marvels is the last Marvel movie I saw, so it's the freshest in mind. But even then, I think that's fair. I like Quantumania more than most people. Just because it's down here doesn't mean that it's that bad. I just think that it's like the lower cusp of like Marvel stuff before you get into like actual bad Marvel stuff, which is pretty few and far between. Also, Cassie is just really super hot. Cassie's hot, and she's in college in this movie, and the actress is way over that age, so I'm allowed to say that. So it gets a bump. I can just do that. It's my list. Sue me. It's 2024, and I still like pretty girls. But also, yeah, it's decently funny. But it has some parts that felt like unnecessary. Like Bill Murray showing up, completely unnecessary. Didn't do much with that. And I like the look of the CG and stuff in it overall. Like I like the look of the Quantumverse or whatever. Kind of. I didn't have any particular problems like that, like with that, like other people did. Kang in this movie was kind of meh. Kang is a bad guy, and Kang overall, honestly, I don't think He Who Remains in Loki was the only interesting version of Kang to me, and the rest of Kang has been not great. And so I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of hoping that they just drop Kang after what happened with Jonathan Majors is where I'm at. Let me just put it that way. So with that, we'll segue into talking about Loki. I think it goes here. I think Loki Season 2... I was not liking Loki Season 2 for the first, like, 2 or 3 episodes. I just actively wasn't... I just found the writing really messy, and I found, like... there's a lot of just like not plot holes, but just like a lot of holes in like logic in a way that you can't do that in a show that's all about time travel and timelines and multiverses. Like, you gotta have that shit tight in order to keep me interested. And I felt like the first couple of episodes of Loki were real fucking loosey-goosey. And then there was the entire episode with them chasing Timely, the king of Loki. I forget his first name, but Timely whatever, or whatever Timely. That entire episode that happened in the past while they were just running around like Looney Tunes characters trying to capture him. That entire episode was like the worst. You could have got rid of that entire episode and it would have been a better show, probably. But you know, I feel like it turned it around, and I feel like the end of it made up for a lot of the early shortcomings for it to be like a decent overall season. But it still doesn't. I mean, consistency-wise, it's just not there. So that combined with Quantum Mania. Oh yeah, that's the other thing I was gonna say. The He Who Remains, who shows up in Loki season 2, because we get to spend more time with him. It's not as good as season 1. As we spent more time with that character in season 2, I liked him less. Like, the little bit of screen time he had in season 1 made him seem really fun and almost like Willy Wonka mischievous without being, because you didn't know his overall lean. You didn't know how good or how bad that version of Kang was, and it was our first time seeing him, and Jonathan Majors played him in a really interesting way. And then he shows up in season 2 and he's just a bad guy again, or he's just like bad Kang again. Like, he is still the same He Who Remains, but now he's a He Who Remains who had everything planned out and was actually not whimsical, fun at all. He was just more Kang. He was just kind of like more bad guy, and that's not as interesting. So that made him less interesting to me too, which is a shame. Still not a bad character overall, but not great. So that's kind of how I feel about all of Loki. A solid season overall, but not as good as season 1 overall. I think season 1 was a tighter package and overall better. But it still is better than Quantum Mania. I think it still is like a, hey, go ahead and watch it. Quantum Mania you can skip if you're not into. That's what this kind of category feels like. Here we are, jumping out of the Marvel verse. I don't think there's anything else Marvel down there, so we took care of most of that. But we'll talk about the Guardians of the Galaxy when we get up to the top 10s. Creed 3 was a good time. I watched all of the Creed movies just so I could watch Creed 3, in anticipation for watching Creed 3, after I heard that Michael B. Jordan was directing it, and Michael B. Jordan deliberately took some references from anime directing when he directed it. And I mean, I definitely felt the difference between 3 and 1 and 2, or 3 aside from 1 and 2, which was a different director. And I thought all of them were pretty good movies. Creed 1 was kind of like, all right, yeah, I get it. And then Creed 2 was pretty keeping that going. Creed 3, I think, is different. It's its own thing, almost. Like, it's like a branching off point for that series. For Creed 1 and 2 were really Rocky, like, 6 and 7. Let's put it that way. Or Rocky, Creed plus Rocky 1 and 2, and then Creed 3 is like the first actual like Creed movie. Let's put it that way. In terms of feel, I'm looking forward to Creed 4 if Michael B. Jordan does another one. I think he's planning to. I think Jonathan Majors in Creed 3 was really great. I think his character in Creed 3 was that same kind of interesting. He made more out of like what could have just been like a bad thug character who went to jail. He made that character more than that. In a cool way, in a kind of like realistic way that I liked. Again, these aren't in order, but me knowing what's up here lets me know if I'm gonna have to move anything up or down. Creed, I feel like it's right here in the middle of the pack. This all feels like samey down here. the ends, the edges of these are pretty indicative, but the middle can just kind of be in what kind of order, whatever kind of order. We're here for our top 10. God damn it. Oppenheimer. I think I liked Oppenheimer more than Barbie. Is where after talking about Barbie and talking about the ending, that's where I fall on it. I liked Oppenheimer. I mean, I also really love Cillian Murphy as an actor after I'm probably out of shot. After Peaky Blinders. Yeah. So I'm a big fan of his acting in general. I think he did a really good job in Oppenheimer. I really wonder though, if somebody were to tell me, hey, do you want to sit down and watch Oppenheimer again, or do you want to sit down and watch Barbie again? Part of me feels like I'd be quicker to say Barbie. But that's because Barbie's like breezy and easy to watch. Oppenheimer, you have to pay attention, or you don't have to, but you get the most out of it if you're paying attention and you're in the right atmosphere and you're in like I think it's a really good theater movie. I don't know if Oppenheimer works as well at home. I think Barbie works fine at home. Oppenheimer, I feel like you need to be watching in a theater to get the most out of it. Probably. Which is kind of a good thing and a bad thing. Like, I don't know if there's anybody who said, like, oh, I didn't see Oppenheimer, if I'd be like, we should sit down and watch that together. I don't know if that's that kind of movie. It makes it hard for me to judge. But I do feel like it was a better overall movie to me. Not as if Barbie's a bad movie as a result, or just because, you know, I can't have fun, or I have to be like super serious movie is better than playful whatever movie. Like, I like my comedies. You can tell from the rest of this list. But I think I liked Oppenheimer more. Did I like it more than... it's like, it feels like it's somewhere in here. Somewhere around here. I don't know. The rest of these, I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with those. This is like I said, these are all vibes. Something like that. Godzilla -1. I liked a lot. More than I expected. And everybody liked Godzilla -1 more than I expected. I still personally like Shin Godzilla more. But that's just mostly because I like that Godzilla more. But even then, this Godzilla was really fucking cool too, to be honest. I don't know what to say. I don't know if I need to go into detail on Godzilla -1. It came out pretty late in the year, so there's a chance that people didn't see it. So I might need to at least give like an idea of what it's about. But I mean, it's Godzilla in World War II, or after World War II. It's Godzilla showing up in Japan right after the bombs had dropped, or like a year after the bombs had dropped, or something like that. Godzilla makes his way on the shore, and it's about our main characters having to deal with that, and try to do something about them without getting into spoilers like immediately. Everybody went crazy for Godzilla -1, and I think it deserves that. I just didn't. It's another one of those cases where I'm just like, I don't get it. As in, like, I don't get why it has mainstream appeal. And I definitely enjoyed it, but I was surprised at how many other people, just how much they liked Godzilla -1. But anyway, my own personal feeling on it is it's pretty great. I think that's where around this list it fits for me, and it might make it into the top 10. I don't know if I have anything else on this that feels like a lock for the top 10, but we'll see. This is about where I feel like Godzilla -1 goes, but there's a good chance it could pop up. There's a good chance. Everything up here at the top of the honorable mention, the first half of honorable mention, good chance it could pop up at this rate. Nimona, another really great animated movie. Dealing with a smaller budget, and you can feel it, but it still is a really good made for Netflix movie. This is the one I'm probably gonna need to put a trailer on for, because it's one of those things where if you didn't realize it was happening while it was happening, then you probably have no idea what the fuck it is, which is fine. But it is a really good Netflix original animated movie about a girl who can transform into any animal, including dragons and other powerful things, in a universe that considers her, in a universe that considers her a monster, and she teams up with our main character, who's trying to prove that he's not a monster, for reasons, and it's really a movie about just like being different. Fuck the authorities and the establishment. But it tells a really good story, a really interesting story, and the character is really interesting, and the world is also really interesting because it's like futuristic knights in armor. So like as you can see in the little trailer, like we're dealing with like office buildings and skyscrapers, but there's like the main protectors of the city are all knights. So that's why dragons can still be a thing. It's an interesting little world. And Nimona herself is voiced by Chloe, the lady with the 3 names, Moretz. Chloe Grace Moretz or something like that. She did the voice of Hit Girl when she was little. And she does a good job voicing Nimona. Fun character, fun movie. Just barely not as good as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, maybe, but still really good. It's like that. It's definitely. People should watch Nimona. It's good. Let's put it that way. That's why I made it so high on this list overall, but it won't crack top 10. Yeah. The Harley Quinn. No, it didn't. No. So, this is the Harley Quinn DC, the DC animated series for the Harley Quinn show that I don't actually watch. So, this is not the entire series. This is actually just their Valentine's Day special episode. And that I watched specifically. I'd always heard really good things about the Harley Quinn show. I know it's a really good show. I just haven't watched it. The clips I've always seen of it have been pretty funny, so I it's probably one of the best DC ongoing series out there. And then I just heard, like, in the Valentine's Day episode, there's just, like, a bunch of, like, nudity and fucking. It's not actual nudity, and it's not actual fucking, but, or at least not on screen. It's, like, censored a bit. But that was enough to be like, I'll watch that. Harley Quinn's hot. So really, that's the only reason why it's on the list. And with that said, it was actually just like kind of like also like a fun episode. Like, I think it's a good one-off episode to be like, I don't know if I'm gonna like Harley Quinn enough to watch it. I bet it's like a standalone episode enough that you could just watch this one episode of Harley Quinn and be like, yeah, no, I want to watch the rest of this. But I just haven't sat down to do it yet. So it's mostly just like I saw it and I was like, oh, I did watch that when I was going over my list of things to put on this list, and I was like, okay, so I'll throw it on. Technically, I probably did some like, I didn't really watch it beginning to end, that particular episode, but I watched the majority of it while I was just looking for anything interesting to see, and I was watching little clips and stuff of it. So I still think overall it counts up here instead of in the didn't finish category. Overall, I watched the episode and it was fun. But that's why I don't feel great putting it above other things in the honorable mention category, because technically it's only one episode of a thing, and I didn't come to it. The actual show would be higher on this list, probably, if I actually did watch it. Anyway, it's still a fun thing to go out of your way to go see. Here's something I bet you didn't expect. The Yu Yu Hakusho live-action anime, or live-action Netflix original series. It is a series. Goes here. Right? Crazy, right? I thought this was gonna be absolute shit. I thought this was gonna be absolute shit. It's pretty good. It's pretty alright.
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's pretty.
I mean, it's not just plain good. I'll get to this discussion more when I get into One Piece. But, Yu Yu Hakusho feels more like the old kind of live-action anime where, what I thought One Piece was gonna be and what the live-action Cowboy Bebop was. in the old school live action campy, we're going to put a bunch of cosplayers on screen and we don't care about the acting. We're just going to say the lines as they happened in the source material, and we're going to have the fights that happen in the source material. But it won't look as good as the stuff in the source material, and it won't be as deep because we don't have as much time to go over like the character stuff. So overall, I've always been pretty low on live action adaptations of anime. And the Japanese especially lean more into things just looking correct more than feeling like good movies. So I thought that's where Yu Yu Hakusho was going to fall. That said, I was not wrong. It just did more things right in parts of it than I expected. And it paid off. It's an overall fun thing to watch that I recommend to most anime people, even if they haven't watched Yu Yu Hakusho, but I have my problems with it. To not just like sit here and do a full review of Yu Yu Hakusho. The first 2 episodes are the best part. It's a 5-episode mini-series, essentially, because it's 5 one-hour episodes. The first 2 episodes, fantastic, because they are all about the main character getting his powers, the origin story for how this came about, but he also gets into like the best fights in the first 2 episodes. They're just hand-to-hand, dynamic, well-directed, fun fights that, even though they have some CG in them and some wire work, still feel really impactful, because this is also M-rated, so there's a lot of blood, there's a lot of like, the demons feel like an actual threat. They're not just like cartoon demons, they're like really problematic or really serious, this is a problem kind of demons, at least in those first 2 episodes. And that's fun. I think that's just like the reason why it worked. They turned this shonen, which is supposed to be like a Dragon Ball Z, a One Piece level, like light-hearted kind of action battle anime, and they turned it into an M-rated one, M-rated live series show. So I think that was the 100% right choice. And that made the show way better. That said, the last 3 episodes is where the rest of the crew come in. The other side characters who are a little bit more flamboyant, don't really fit. They are the more. It feels like the first 2 episodes is like this solid Japanese show, and then the last 3 episodes is when the anime bullshit jumps into it. Without getting into spoilers, they compress down all the best parts of Yu Yu Hakusho into those 5 episodes, regardless of where they are on the overall timeline of Yu Yu Hakusho, and that results in an arc and a single fight or a single interaction that spoils stuff that happens later on in the show for reasons not worth it. As in, like, you see characters power up and do things earlier than they should be doing it, and for reasons that are not as good, and that makes it lack impact, and it doesn't look as good, because, like, the CG is pretty solid, but, like, the costuming and the wigs are not on the characters who don't just have, like, hair that you could just dye and make it look okay. The bad guys were fun. But they also spoil some stuff with like the main bad guy, and so I would really say like it's best to watch a Yu Yu Hakusho live action after you've seen at least like the first half of the Yu Yu Hakusho anime. But if you were to watch just the live action, I'd say like watch the first 2 episodes, and if you really like it after those first 2 episodes, then start watching the anime instead of continuing. But if you're kind of just like, well, yeah, this is good, but I don't think I'm that invested, and just kind of watch the rest of the live action, and be done. But man, Yu Yu Hakusho is really fucking good. The anime is really fucking good overall, and the live action does a pretty good job of keeping that spirit. So surprisingly, it's about here. I think. Lupin season 3 does not go there. It goes like here. This is my thinking face. Okay, John Wick's gonna make the cut. He might be. It might be at the bottom of the list, but John Wick's gonna make the cut. Just seeing what we have left down here. Let me just start moving. Well, then again, we only got 5 spots left. So, but yeah, no, I think that probably makes the cut. And then we'll get into this stuff and we'll see. Lupin the Third Lupin, not the Third. Lupin is about the same thief, though. If you know Lupin the Third anime, which is about Lupin the Gentleman Thief from classic detective / gentleman thief stories, Lupin is also that. This Netflix original series is that, but it is a live action set in modern day France, and our Lupin is like this immigrant black guy living in France. I mean, he's not an American. He is, I don't know, I think he's African. But he is doing Lupin shit in France, and it is based on like a bunch of the stories of Lupin the thief, but set in the modern day. And this is part 3. The overall series has been going on now for a good couple of years. And part 3 was pretty great. That entire series is pretty great. I don't remember a ton of it. I remember the important story details. I remember the characters, but like I can't remember like individual stories and heists from the overall series. I obviously remember the most right now from season 3, but even then, not super clear. I say it that way just because like the show does a good job of setting up like his heists in a super interesting way that makes sense or overall doable. Not 100% realistic, but stay realistic enough to be like, oh, that was pretty fucking cool. And that's what you want out of like a good thief heist show. And they do that really well with him. And he's also a really awesome character himself. Maybe I should have been showing a trailer, but I feel like the trailer for live action shows and later seasons aren't as good at displaying what the overall the overall show is about, because they have to show a trailer for why you should watch the latest season versus why you should watch this show. So instead of showing like broadly some stuff, I think it gets into more like detailed character stuff that would like not really help. But overall, the point is, watch Lupin. Watch it in French. Don't watch it dubbed. Watch it with subtitles in French, like you should. And I'm trying to figure out. I think I liked it more than Yu Yu Hakusho. I think it's somewhere around there. It's like middle of the pack. Also, I can't remember how long it was. I want to say it was 8 episodes, 8-hour-long episodes. But it's always a good watch. Let's move it up a little bit. It's like somewhere over there. Ted Lasso season 3. It's like down here. I really like Ted Lasso season 1. One of my favorite seasons of streaming television in general. Season 2 was a little bit of a decline, but still really good. And then season 3, still very good, and it's the final season. It wrapped it up. Well, I think it did a good enough job, but it was the first time I was like, okay, can we get through this? As far as like when I was watching episodes and I was like, okay, can we speed this up? So that's not great for overall what I thought of the season, obviously, but I think it did fine. I also think that it doesn't do, without getting into the details, because I don't know if people watching have watched much Ted Lasso, and it's not a show that's easy to understand until you just watch it. Not watch trailers, not read reviews or hear other people talk about it. You just got to start Ted Lasso, and then you get it. Like, that's how I had heard, like, some people describe it as, like, the best thing on TV when it started, period. And so that was enough to get me to at least just try it. And then I immediately got it, and I was hooked from, like, episode, like, 1 or 2. Like, it didn't take, or, like, 2 or 3, probably. I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is really fucking good. It's really funny. It's a feel-good show. It's adult without being, like... It's a very positive show that manages to be adult and go over adult topics and darker topics while keeping kind of optimistic. But season 3 kind of almost is the breaking point where that would get too much. I think they towed the line with some of their character choices. But anyway, yeah, I think Ted Lasso season 3. Yu Yu Hakusho was so high just because I thought it was gonna suck so much and it didn't. So that's kind of, it's getting like a boost. But realistically, yeah, that's about where. That feels good. I'm just moving stuff to where it feels good. Castlevania Nocturne, the 3rd season of the Castlevania animated series. The best video game adaptation overall. Animated adaptation, probably Castlevania's earlier season. Oh, actually, this is season like 4 or 5, technically. But it's also called Castlevania Nocturne because it's not just like the next season. It technically is, but it is like the first 4 seasons of Castlevania all have to do with the same characters, and then Castlevania Nocturne is after a big time, a huge time leap, time skip. Because it takes place, I think it's like the main character from season 1's grandson, I think, or maybe even another generation after that. But yeah, animation was still really good. I don't think it says. I think that it's a lead-up season into something that's going to be great. I think this season of Castlevania Nocturne, on its own, is still really good, but it's going to feel more complete once the next season comes out. And overall, that entire package may be better than the sum of its parts. Yeah, that's without going into detail. But watch Castlevania. Like I said, everything in here probably watch. I think that's right. That feels right. No, I like it more than Pneumonia. So that's about right. Do I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that much? That's probably more realistic. That's probably more realistic. I just like animated stuff more than live action stuff. On the whole, I guess that's not true. That's kind of true, but not entirely true. But Oppenheimer is more of a respect thing, but it's like super dry. You gotta be ready for a dry movie. So that's kind of why I'm like, I kind of like, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna pop those up there. Is Dungeons & Dragons gonna make it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I love Dungeons & Dragons that much? I don't think I do. Fuck. We're gonna have to plug some movies. This is getting... I have a lot of stuff that feels around the same amount of overall like. So this is actually kind of hard. Let's keep going. Sanctuary. I'm gonna put up the trailer for this. Sanctuary is a Netflix show. Oh, that's not how you spell Sanctuary. About sumo wrestling. But it's rough, over the top. Like, it's set in like a realistic world of sumo, but it's like extreme in a way that you normally don't get in Netflix series or Japanese live action, unless you're just talking about. There's like the segment of live action Japanese movies that are like hyper violent, horror, thriller. Like, there's that Japanese live action, and then there's the rest of Japanese live action, which is all pretty tame. And I feel like this is a show that fits into that first category with about a subject and a genre that doesn't normally go there, because it's all about sumo wrestling, and our main character is just like a delinquent, like thug who just goes into sumo wrestling for the money and doesn't care about any of like the honor or tradition or anything. He doesn't like sumo wrestling. He's just doing it because he can do it well. He can do it pretty decently, and he can make money doing it. But it's like a full length, I want to say 12 episode, hour-long episodes, Netflix show that's like bloody and rough to watch in parts for both funny and not funny reasons. But it's pretty good. Like, There's a lot of original stuff that comes to Netflix that I just ignore. But the Sanctuary is probably the best of that category of stuff that I sometimes watch this year. There's one other thing that's in the same category, but I think it's better. Mostly because it came out of nowhere, and it's just a really interesting thing to watch. Like, I like it more than Creed just because, like, I'm into sumo wrestling already. But even if I wasn't, this would be, like, a more interesting thing to watch just because, like, you're learning so much about sumo wrestling at the same time. So it's just, like, a different... It's just different, but it's really good. Watch it. I think I like it more than Lupin. Not as much as Oppenheimer. Roughly. Watch Sanctuary on Netflix. It's really good. Do I like the Ninja Turtles as much? I don't think I actually do. I think that's more realistic. Oh, here's a big one. The Last of Us. This isn't its spot. I'm just thinking. I need to figure out if leaning back is taking me all the way out of frame. But I'm leaning forward this whole time. God, this is taking a while. An hour is about okay. But we haven't even gotten to the top 10 yet. I need to speed this up. I don't need to. Whatever. I got anything else to do tonight. Fuck it. The Last of Us show. The live-action TV show. I don't want to say I've been wrong about a lot of adaptations this year, but I have definitely... This has been a year of a lot of live-action adaptations doing a decent job proving they deserve to exist. That was my main issue with live-action adaptations of most anything, video game or anime, was just why would you not just... This is so much worse than not just the source material, but it is, as a result, a bad show or a bad movie. It is not just that it's a bad adaptation, it is just not good to watch. But The Last of Us did more with the source material in spots that were good, but also a lot of it was just kind of like the exact same stuff that happened in the game, which I kind of resent. Not resent, but I'm just like, I get it, but it wasn't better. The Last of Us show was not better than the game. Let's get that out of the way. Let's make that clear. Like, the story overall from the game, and it's not even for like the reasons of, well, the game had more time, you spend more time with the characters, blah, not even those excuses, like just even the stuff that is like in both of the projects. I came down on liking most of the stuff in the game version more, and not just because of like my bias for video games, but I just think that it was the way they are presented, and a lot of it is like word for word, so I don't have that much problem with like how the live action did it. But the little changes they made here, or the concessions they had to make for it to make it a live action, didn't improve it overall, but it just was a pretty good copy. It was a pretty fantastic copy of a good thing, which is why so many people liked watching it. But the people who are like, this is so much better than the game, shut the fuck up. It's not. It's at best the same, and at worst a little bit worse. But there's so many people who are just all like, oh my god, this is so much better. And I'm just like, it's not that different. It's not that different. And the stuff that it did different, it made some improvements here and there, but overall the stuff that it just tried to match didn't make it. Anyway, that all said, I think The Last of Us show goes like here. Yeah. That feels good. I still think it's a good show. Everything that's in this row is good. This is getting into bordering on like just above fine/meh, but everything in this row, pretty fan-fucking-tastic. And I have 3 more things I need to go. 1, 2, 3. I have 4 more things I need to go in this top row. I may figure out that some stuff that's in the middle may actually hop up unexpectedly, so we'll find out together. But we're getting there. This is a show called. You can't tell because this is a horrible poster for it, but I'll just go over it real quick. And even a trailer wouldn't really show much more. So this is a show called The Devil's Plan. It is a Korean game show / reality show about a group of super smart Korean celebrities who are all put into like a elimination game, a series of elimination games that are based around being smart, which is something that you could never get in America. God, I'm gonna need to blow my nose. This always happens during streams. All of the like the overall structure of the show, which is where they're all of these characters are all the contestants all live together in between the actual games that happen during like the day. They live in the same space, doing kind of like politicking and figuring out their allegiances and stuff like that, like most survival game shows. This one's, but the twist, or not the twist, but just like the conceit of they're all intelligent people in some way or another. And so they're not like eggheads though. Like some of them are intelligent in the way of like they're like socially intelligent. They know how to deal with people. They know how to like play with people and use them to their advantage, kind of intelligent. Or some of them are just straight up like a really good Go player is one of the contestants. So really the equivalent of like one of the top, like a pro chess player is one of the contestants. A pro poker player is one of the contestants. A pro StarCraft player is one of the contestants. Not just game, like a TV personality, like lady is one of the contestants. Either way, they're all people who are pretty smart. And the events they have to do are pretty smart and involved. And it makes it a really interesting thing to watch if you're into more like cerebral, not dry necessarily, but just like more than just fucking American, I don't know, like physical challenge shit that all of our game shows have to be about, because you can't get anybody to watch instructions for what's about to happen for longer than 10 seconds. Otherwise, it's going to be too complicated for the general audiences to understand. Here, like the first day's like game, the instructions for the first day's game probably took like an actual 5 full minutes to go over all the rules of how it works, and I was like, okay, but I still was able to keep up with it. It's not hard to keep up with, it's just that they planned out shit that was actually planned out and intricate, and it allowed for strategy and not just fucking like, well, me and you are gonna work together and then we'll just push this guy over and so we win and he doesn't see it coming. Like there's a part of that, but it has to, like, you have to not only make those alliances, but you have to make the use of the people in those alliances and make actual strategies that are pretty cool. It's probably scripted. It is most likely 100% scripted, but it is also like done in a way that is very believable to not be. Like they do not at any point feel to me like it is overly like scripted, like obviously scripted, but it most likely is. That all said, I think it falls around here. Yeah. That makes up the Netflix block. I like that all the Netflix originals have this Netflix at the bottom. Not all of them. Nimona doesn't, but that's fine. This one has Netflix in it, so you can kind of tell which stuff is like movies and which stuff is like streaming shows. Anyway, that feels about where it is, middle of the pack. It's like an 8-episode, hour-long episode show. So there's a lot to it, but I really like it. Give it a chance. If you watch The Devil's Plan, I need to say the name over and over again since you can't actually read it. It's called The Devil's Plan. And if you watch it, give it time. Give it like 2 episodes. Because they have to introduce everybody in the first episode in a way that you normally don't get, or it's a harder, it can be a hump for people to get over, to watch all these Korean people that they barely understand. You can't remember any of their names because their Korean names are hard to remember, and you don't know like much of the context for or whatever. But if you get past that and you get into the actual games and you get attached to the personalities, then you can enjoy the show. I like The Devil's Plan a lot. And last but not least, the One Piece live action. This kind of gets... I'm going to store it right here next to Yu Yu Hakusho, but it is probably going to go higher. The One Piece live action was pretty good. I watched it... Let me start from... The One Piece should not work as a live action whatsoever. If there is any in the long list of anime that you should not do live action, One Piece would have been top of that list for various reasons. Not because it's not good. One Piece is one of the best anime of all time. I have not watched it for context. I know everything. I know a ton about One Piece. I know details about One Piece, but I have not watched One Piece beginning to end or anything. I don't watch the anime. I don't read the manga. But I know a lot about what happens in it. I know a lot about the characters. I know a lot about the world. So it's cartooniness and having to have like a bunch of adult characters, quote unquote, doing a lot of like cartoony things in the first season should have made it hard to put into live action and not come out like the Cowboy Bebop live action. And to me it did. This is the part where I'm just very confused, because I feel like, which I didn't finish the Cowboy Bebop live action. I think I watched like the first 3 episodes and then I was done with that. But One Piece I watched, I enjoyed, I finished it. But I don't get why everybody else is so into One Piece over Cowboy Bebop, because I really feel like they have a lot of the same issues. Cowboy Bebop is just like a better written show and a better adaptation. It is better. But the things that people would say that they hated about Cowboy Bebop, or that was bad about Cowboy Bebop, I feel like they would have those same kind of problems with One Piece, but they just didn't. I don't know why. I don't think the writing is it alone, because One Piece, the live action, has a couple of episodes. Like, One Piece is the live action show is separated into like 2 episode arcs. It's like 4 2-episode arcs. And I think the second arc is its worst. I think it's a real low point, which is like the Usopp arc. When you meet Usopp and you're dealing with what's going on with Usopp, I think that's a really rough part of the show. Or not really rough, but it is the most cartoony part of the show. And some of the performances and some of the script isn't as great during that part. But even then, it's still fine. It's fine for anime. It's fine for live action anime. But still, people manage to fucking... I haven't heard anybody complain about that at all, much. I mean, I've heard a few people say the same thing, but overall, like, general audiences didn't really mention that, being like, what is this kiddie bullshit in the middle of this really good show or anything, which is kind of like just overall surprising to me. I think the main character, the main actor, Luffy, made people love that show so fucking hard. And Zoro's really cool. I think that's the main 2 that got people way into the One Piece show. General audiences, I mean, who don't know anything about One Piece. They were just able to watch it kind of on a Pirates of the Caribbean level, I guess. But even Pirates of the Caribbean is like a lot less cartoony because it's made with that in mind. Again, I'm not saying cartoony is like a negative. I'm just saying it as like a realistic thing. If you look at any One Piece, actual One Piece stuff, it is deliberately very like stretchy, and not in any like literal sense as far as Luffy, but I mean like the way the animation and the paneling is in the manga, like everything is like cartoony, stretchy, not real, playful, have a good time. Even though the fights can get really serious and there are some very serious stories that are told, there's some really good character building. It just overall doesn't feel like that overall mix could work for live action, and I'm ending all of this to say I think that they did it. I do agree that I think that the One Piece show gets there, and I like it a lot. Or I think it's overall very good. It's better than I thought it was going to be. Where it goes on my list, maybe that puts it in the bottom of the top 10 based on that alone. Or maybe I'm smoking something right now. Let's throw it up here for right now. And I think that's okay. Let's put everything on the list. So this gives me a better feel for how I feel about things, so I can know what I need. 4 more things to go to the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I I put this up here pretty early, and I don't exactly know why, but that just feels good, so maybe that's where it goes. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I feel strongly about. I think the One Piece show does go up here. Part of me doesn't want to put it up there because I was so down on the idea of it, and it feels like me going back on my word. And so as a principal, I don't like feeling like I was wrong about it. I don't think that I was wrong. Everything that I had a problem with, or I said would be a problem with the show, I still think is true. I still don't think that it's... If you were somebody who might get into One Piece, like are willing to like sign up to maybe watch 1,000+ episode anime, then I would just say just go straight to doing that. I don't think that and then go back and watch the One Piece afterwards, because the One Piece, the actual show, is just better. Or reading the manga, just better. But if you're somebody who has no intention of ever being interested in anything else as far as One Piece, like, this is not going to be your gateway to watching One Piece. This is going to be like, hey, I like this thing, and it just so happens to also have other versions of it that I'm probably not going to get invested in. If you're one of those people, I think One Piece is very good, and it's something that I would recommend that you watch. So I think it ends up not changing my overall feelings on what I thought it was going to be before it came out. But still, point is, it's going to go towards the bottom of my top 10. We need 3 more. The problem this year is just like a lot of this row feels interchangeable. Not in a bad way, but it's just like I don't feel... I need to watch Dungeons and Dragons again. I'm trying to think back to the stuff that was in it. It was just overall better than I expected it to be. But I think there's a little bit of haze in my memory. It might be like far enough back that there's a little bit of nostalgia there, making it a lot stronger than it actually is to me. I think Nimona might be better than maybe Nimona makes the cut. I like Nimona a lot. Let's see. Creed 3. I don't think Creed 3 is not gonna make it. Sanctuary, maybe? I like Sanctuary a lot. It was hard to watch at times for certain reasons. Kind of spoilers, kind of not, but I liked it. Castlevania this season? Is that gonna make it? I think so. Okay, hold on. Barbie or Oppenheimer? I kind of feel like No. The feeling I'm going to go with is if somebody came in and looked at this list of movies and was like, man, I haven't seen any of these. Let's watch blankety blank right now. Which one of these would I be pretty excited to do that for, and which ones would I be like, maybe pick one of the others. I think that's the vibe I need to go with. So Nimona makes that cut. Sanctuary makes that cut. We need one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's like around this area. Close. I think it's between these 3. talking through my thoughts, but it's really hard because I'm really just trying to like feel my feels at this point. Like it's not like something I can put into words as easily. I feel kind of maybe not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Maybe not. Dungeons and Dragons. Castlevania. I'm going to put myself out of my misery and gut put Dungeons and Dragons up there. A subconscious part of me put it at the top of the honorable mentions and left it there for a while for a reason. I think that the fact that I really like being surprised. I really like novelty. When I think something is not going to be that great and it's way better than I expect, that is so important to me, or it has such a stronger effect on me than a lot of other aspects. Because like I think Oppenheimer is a better movie than some of these, but it doesn't excite me in the same way. I just can't get as excited just because how dry it is, even though it's very good. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles came out, and it just kind of feels popcorny, as in like it's something that you eat and then it's gone. Next year, I will never think about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles again. It's not any fault of the movie. I think it's very good. But, like, am I going to buy it on Blu-ray? Probably not. I think that's overall where I fall on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles at the end of the day. Castlevania, gonna get on Blu-ray just so that I have the ongoing collection of that series, but I think this season in particular just wasn't strong enough to break the top 10. Yes. Okay. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I'm gonna go with that. So with that said, let's get up into the top 10 stuff that I didn't go over, and then let's put them in order, and then we'll be done with just like the shows, man. I think the other two, I think this took so long because I have so many things that feel around the same area. Games are probably also going to be long. I feel like anime is going to go pretty quick. I have a bunch of scores already on anime, so that part usually goes pretty easy. I'm going to try not to hold people back for too long, as if there's anybody who's ever going to watch this for the entire thing. At best, somebody will skip to the parts that they want to see in the archive that I make. But, you know, I got nothing else to do tonight. Man, it's already going on 9. Okay. This is my overall feel. I'm going to stay with that. The rest of the stuff that's in my top 10 before we put them in order. Blue Eye Samurai is a fantastic Netflix original animated series, CG animated series, anime styled, M-rated, lots of nudity, lots of sex, good violence, good story, a good original story, I think. I don't think it's based on anything, I'm pretty sure. And it's fucking great. Really fucking great. It's gonna be in the top 5 most likely, is my initial feeling. I recommend it to everybody. There's not much I can say without getting into spoilers about it. Just know that it's about like Blue Eye Samurai is like, our main character is a half-breed samurai who is half white, half Asian, in a time in Japan where white people were outlawed. Like, there was not supposed to be any Americans or any white people in general in Japan, period. So if you were in any way, like, they viewed white people as literal demons, like literal beasts, other species level of like racism against white people. So our main character being half white makes them, just different. So that's pretty much where it starts, and our main character is on a revenge quest to pretty much kill. There are only 4 white people left in Japan, and the main character just knows one of them is their father. So they're just going to kill all 4 of them They're going to go on a revenge quest to kill all 4 of the only white people in Japan because one of them is going to be the dad. Just for bringing them into this world the way they did. It's a really good fucking show. Really fucking good. Really good fights. Really good characters. Very funny. Good has funny moments, but really a lot of the fight scenes are just like better than I thought. I watched a trailer for this way back when. I watched a trailer for this like in the first half of the year or something, and I wasn't impressed. And I also thought I knew what it was gonna be about because the trailer was not good. I don't think the trailer was a good way of representing what the show overall is actually about. And I think they may have done that trying to avoid spoilers in the trailer, but I think it just did more to make me be like, this doesn't look as good as I would want to watch one of these. And then I kind of just started it after hearing it was actually pretty good, and I was like, oh, this is way better than I thought. Anyway, very good. Next up, Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Completely spoilery. I can't go into details on Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. If you like Scott Pilgrim at all, watch it. I was going to skip it. I was like, I didn't like the trailer at all. I still don't like the voice acting. And not that the voice acting is bad, but it doesn't fucking sync to the lip flaps in a way that I watch fucking anime. You would think that I'm used to that with watching dubs. But somehow it looks even worse, even though it's a made for Americans. All the characters in it are drawn to be Americans. They even did the lip flaps to match the voice acting in theory. Just doesn't look good to me. So when the trailer came out for it, I saw that and it really was like, okay, this will be fine. Like, I love Scott Pilgrim. This will be a fine adaptation of it. But I don't need this, and it doesn't even look like... It doesn't look as good. Like, the lip flap thing really bothered me. But I watched it anyway after hearing there was a little bit more to it. Very happy I did. Scott Pilgrim Takes Off is fantastic. I can't say more than that. Watch it if you like Scott Pilgrim at all, and you'll know why. I can say that it is the animation during the fighting and stuff is pretty good. A lot of people were saying it looks fantastic and it's like anime of the year, and I'm like, that's okay, calm down. But it does look very good for most of it. It's just like the talking parts, and also some of the, like, at the end of the day, actors are not voice actors. They got all the original cast from the movie back to reprise their roles, to do the voices. And, you know, some of them are better at voice acting for animation than others, and it shows. But overall, what that show is overall makes up for all of the negatives I said in a way that I'm just like, yes, awesome, fantastic. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. The best Marvel thing of the year is, well, it's not better than Spider-Man, but out of the rest of Marvel, the best thing. Easy. There's not a whole lot to say about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, though. It's a good Marvel movie. One of the best. All the Guardians movies are top-tier Marvel movies. They're just good movies, even if you don't like anything to do with the rest of the Marvel universe. Like, if somebody said, give me one series or one character or one team, whatever, to watch out of the Marvel stuff, like, I'm not going to keep up with all the rest of the characters. Just give me the thing that the good stuff out of the Marvel MCU. I would probably give them the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. They could just be sci-fi movies that are disconnected entirely from the rest of the Marvel movies, and they would still be as good. And you can't say that about all of the Marvel projects. But that's enough to say about that. Everybody considers Volume 3 really good. I agree with all the reviews. I agree with all the good stuff. I didn't have a lot of bad things about it, or I don't have like a lot of like negatives to point out or criticisms. I mean, it's not a perfect movie, but I just don't feel as strongly about it to nitpick it that way, or not nitpick it, but just like go into the details. It's just really fucking good. It's gonna be in the top 10. We'll figure out where. Plus, everybody I'm talking to has already seen it and knows it probably, or whatever. Like, I don't think there's anybody watching this who would have skipped it. And if you did, then you're probably not interested anyway. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Let's just move this. It's gonna be in the top 3. I don't think it's gonna top the list. It's gonna be in the top 3. Spider-Man. It was Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was the first movie from like 4 years ago. That was my favorite anime thing of all time when that came out. This is the sequel to that. It is better in some ways, but it is not better overall. I don't think there's anything to be gained from splitting up what is going to be a trilogy of movies in this case. I think Spider-Man as a whole, the animated Spider-Man movies, Miles Morales movies, need to be considered a unit. So I'm not going to get into like is Spider-Man 2 better than Spider-Man 1 in terms of like the animated stuff. I don't think that's useful. I think that Spider-Man 2 is a fantastic follow-up to Spider-Man 1. It expands everything. It overall, I think, looks better, but it could only get away with that because it set everything up in the first part, which is why I'm like, you can't give it the nudge for looking better, for having so many more characters, because the only reason it was able to do that is because the first one did what it needed to do so well in like a smaller scope and with less characters and more world building in a shorter amount of time. The first movie is tighter and has like one scope of what it wanted to do, and it did that. And then the second one had to pick up with that and run with it, and it ran all the way. It did gangbusters. Fucking great. We'll see if it can stick the landing in the third movie, but even if they don't, these two movies are already fucking fantastic on their own. So it's gonna be high. I don't know if it's gonna be number 1 though, because it lacked the oh shit, this is newness. Like, but even then, it managed to still like go above my expectations. So it actually kind of gets back there. Like, the first Spider-Man was so impressive because nobody saw it coming for how good it was, and this one I went in expecting it to be good, and it still managed to get above those expectations. So you know what? It's still kind of like, it's still in the running. We'll see what happens at the end of this. Did I talk about John Wick 4? I think I did. Yeah, I talked about how it's getting slowed down. I think I talked about the rest of this stuff individually. So, let's finish this up. Let's wrap this up. Where does all this stuff go? This is roughly looking pretty solid, actually. Maybe Spider-Man is actually my favorite thing of the year. I like Blue Eye Samurai more than Scott Pilgrim. Kinda. There's some recency bias there. If I watched Scott Pilgrim in the beginning of the year, I don't know if I would put it this high up. But this feels right. Okay, well, I liked One Piece more than Sanctuary. I liked One Piece more than Nimona. I liked One Piece more than Godzilla. I liked One Piece more than John Wick. 4, specifically. I don't think I liked it more than Guardians of the Galaxy. Maybe I did. No, I didn't. But that feels right. I think I like Godzilla more than John Wick. I think I liked Nimona more than John Wick. Maybe John Wick is my 10th favorite movie of the year. These two are kind of interchangeable. Sanctuary has some issues. Is this where Nimona goes? The way this list started, I did not expect Nimona to get this high because it was like in the middle for so long. But now I feel like pretty good about Nimona. But I think I actually like John Wick more than Nimona. Godzilla Minus One was a lot of fun. I think this is the list. For me personally, because I have the bump, I give this an extra bump because of how much I already like sumo wrestling. If I wasn't already into sumo wrestling, then this might have been bumped down a little bit. But that it helped it that I was already into it, so it gives it a bump up. Deciding if I need to flip these or not. I think the rest of this list is done. I think that feels good. I think we're done. Lock it in. Do I like One Piece more than Godzilla? I think I do. I think that's right. I think we're done. I'm not gonna think about it too much harder. Some of these are interchangeable. Like if you told me like, hey, I think you should knock this down one and move this one up on some of these, I'd be like, yeah, okay. I can just do that. But I think this is my overall feeling. I didn't expect Spider-Man to take it going into the list, but then just thinking about how good that movie fucking is, it takes it again easy. Blue Eye Samurai has got some bias. I don't know. Nah, I think it's just pretty good. I think it's pretty good. There's nothing in... I can't think of anything else I'd put above it. Yeah. Okay. Lock it in. That's the top 10 shows and movies of 2023. Starting from the bottom, we have number 10, Dungeons and Dragons. Number 9, Nimona. Number 8, Sanctuary. Number 7, John Wick Chapter 4. Number 6, Godzilla Minus One. Number 5, One Piece. Number 4, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Number 3, Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. Number 2, Blue Eye Samurai. And number 1, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Save it. No takesy backsies. I think this is how I showed something I wasn't supposed to show last year, saving this picture, this tier list. So I'm going to make sure not to make that mistake this year. Top 10 movies / shows of 2023. Give me a second. I'm just going to take the stream down for a second. Or take the visuals down for a second while I do this, just in case. Display capture. There we go. 1 second. Oh, good. All right, no problem. Okay. Gonna take a little break. Only gonna take a break to open up a soda. Put the display back on. And with that, we're done with movies and shows. So if you're not here for anime or video games, get the fuck out. On the off chance. How do I... Did I open up a different tab? It's a different tab? That is it. I'm gonna leave that on screen for a split second while I open up a soda and we get ready for top 10 anime of 2023. I'm gonna just be like 1 minute. I'm just gonna take a break from talking for just a second. All right. Taking a drink of some dewberry soda, courtesy of HEB. Let's keep it moving. So, we're going to move over to my other desktop. Everything should be displaying. So, it's weird that I can open Windows from what is supposed to be a different desktop. I guess that makes sense. Uh-oh. Oh, it moved me back automatically, that's why. Okay. So, up top we have my anime list, and most of these are it has been like automatically filtered down to just the anime that aired in 2023. And it is also automatically in order of, can I do that? Cool. It's also automatically in order of score. So, I don't really need to take as long explaining how I feel, because the things that obviously I scored better are the things that are in the running for the most part. But this was a solid year for anime. It didn't feel like it towards the end, but it actually was pretty good. Some of these are also not from this year. So, because of the way the filtering works, there's like 2 or 3 of these that are actually like started last year and ended last year, but they still somehow ended up on this side of the filter anyway. Or there's stuff that I didn't even actually start watching. A lot of these things at the bottom I didn't even watch, or they didn't come out over in America, like on streaming, so I couldn't watch them. So you can ignore that. Deadmau Deathplay. Oh yeah, season 1 is there. Okay. So that's my overall list. Scrolling through it kind of slowly for the overall people who want to see if they recognize some stuff on it. But we'll just go over the top 10 and order it. We're not going to do like the different tiers like I'm going to do for like the rest of the categories. We'll just do the top 10. Maybe. We might end up with more than 10 on the list, and then I have to pare down a little bit. But, let's make this small again. This scroll bar fucking sucks. Okay. So starting with this first row, we have... So this is my top 10 list down here. So this is where the actual full list is going to go before... So right now, we're just going to be pulling stuff from the top, putting it onto the list at the bottom for stuff that makes the cut, and then I'm going to reorder them here on the bottom list. So first we have... Oh, wait, let me get a little bit more screen space. There we go. Can I also get rid of... No, I think that's all I can do. Can I get rid of the address bar? No, right? That'd be crazy. That'd be nuts. No, can't do it. Okay. First up is Pluto. Do I have to apply filter? I'm going to talk about these as I go, and then we'll reorder them. Pluto. Should I pull up the trailer for Pluto? Sure. Yeah. just to show it. Pluto is an anime on Netflix. Netflix original-ish. I can make this a little bit bigger. I should have did that for the movies, too. I forgot. I didn't realize I could resize it. I didn't think of it. It is an anime. So everybody knows Astro Boy. Astro Boy is one of the earliest anime, and one of the first big ones, or just like a really important anime. Pluto cuts a chunk of Astro Boy out. It takes in a specific arc of Astro Boy that I think is like 2 to 3 episodes in the original show. That's like a little murder mystery, I think, when it's first put into Astro Boy. But it takes those few episodes and splits it out, or like expands it out into its own standalone story. So like the main character is different. Astro Boy himself is still technically in this show, but he is not Astro Boy. Like, he represents the same kind of robot, but he's not the focus, and he's not the same. But you can tell when you get to him in the show, you know who he is. Let's put it that way. Even if you have never watched Astro Boy, you can still just know. But this is actually a murder mystery about robots, and it's a thriller, kind of, more. I mean, there is some action, but not a lot on screen. It's more about some ethical things. It gets into like robots versus humans, and what it means to be a human, and what it means to be a robot, and all those good things. It's a good show. It's a really solid, good anime. It's a little bit on the dry side, and all these I should mention, all these shows in these top rows are all rated 8s out of 10s for me. So they're not necessarily in order to begin with. They are just all the same score, so they're all like bunched up together here at the top. But that's not necessarily where I would put them if I were to order them. So Pluto, I feel like I have some. I mean, it was a good watch. It's not that long. It's 8-hour-long episodes, which is unusual for an anime. It is Netflix created or produced, so that's kind of why. It's not your normal anime series. It's more of a mini-series. It is classified as an ONA for that reason. Anyway, Pluto's very good. It's gonna be. I expect it to make the list, but I could be surprised. So that's here, correct? Let me make sure this is the right Pluto. Yeah, that's right. That's gonna make the list. Let's see, while I'm thinking about it, if Scott Pilgrim is in this database. I don't think I want to deal with. Yeah, it is. I don't think I want to deal with if I think that Scott Pilgrim is a better anime than other things on my list. I kind of want full-on anime to kind of like have their time to shine separately, which is why I don't. Even though Scott Pilgrim is an anime, since I already had it on the shows and TV list, I'm not gonna re-litigate it. And it just is so different from like the rest of the anime that would be on this list. I don't really want to even try to like figure that out. That wouldn't be as fun. But if you wanted to get down to it and you wanted to put a gun to my head, it would be in the top 5, probably at least, of the year. As far as just like if you wanted to put it amongst anime only, probably in the top 5. It's still very good. But that's also because of my love for Scott Pilgrim. When it comes to my anime and my video game list, more so than my TV show list, I'm thinking more about how good it is as a piece of medium and not just what I think of it. But my TV show list is almost more entirely about how I feel about it, almost ignoring how good of a piece of media it is. Not completely ignoring it, but like it has a little bit less to do with it. So like when I say that, that means like if an anime I feel like is doing something important or doing something the medium doesn't normally see very often, that means more towards video games and anime than it does for like TV shows for me. Live action shows and everything else that we've already gone over. Hell's Paradise. really great show. Don't know if it's gonna make. It should make the list. It's the first season of the show. First seasons get a bump from me. In general, for my top 10 towards the end of the year. I was trying to think about if I should go over what it's about or not, but I should. It is, if you remember that movie, what was it called? Annihilation, with Natalie Portman. It's kind of like that, but what if anime though? And what if a bunch of the world's toughest criminals were sentenced to go to an island that was annihilation? And in that movie, if you didn't see it, it was like living animals were merging with plant life in like a weird, creepy way, and that kind of exact same thing is happening on the island. But there's even, and they don't know why. They have just been ordered. The criminals have all been ordered to go to the island because it should have the secret to immortality, and the emperor wants it. So the emperor of Japan wants immortality, so he's sending a bunch of criminals to go find it in this dangerous world this dangerous island where nobody's ever come back alive. It's very well animated, looks super great, has a really great cast of characters. Yeah, it's really fucking good. It's on the list. It's probably gonna stay on the list. I'm gonna jump to one that I think is gonna be pretty high on my list, and that's Heavenly Delusion. I don't want to go in too much into what Heavenly Delusion is about, because it's another one that's like real easy to spoil, or not even real easy to spoil, but I think it speaks for itself so strongly that you should go in knowing just enough that you should. What you need to get started is really all you need to go in with, and then you'll just enjoy the ride from there. But if the last one was Annihilation, the anime, then this one is like The Last of Us, the anime. It feels like, I remember at the time it was described as, or I described it as, The Last of Us meets Made in Abyss, in terms of like you have some characters trying to survive in post-apocalyptic Japan on kind of a road trip like in The Last of Us, but instead of zombies, they're dealing with monsters that look like they came out of the Made in Abyss universe, which is that universe. If you've watched that anime or know anything about it, the monsters in that are super fucked up, real fucked up. So it's like that. On top of that, besides that storyline, that's half of the show. The other half is The Promised Neverland, with some weird sci-fi stuff going on. The Promised Neverland being like another really good anime. It is just like a bunch of weird things put together that work so well together. That's just the easiest way to sum it up, is to compare it to other things. And then when you watch it, you understand why. But it's really fucking good. It's probably gonna be pretty high on the list. So I knew I needed to throw it on right away when I saw it. Dr. Stone, season whatever. I think this is season like 3 or 4. It's Dr. Stone New World. It's a good season of Dr. Stone. I don't think it's gonna make the list. We're getting pretty deep into Dr. Stone, and it's probably getting ready to wrap up. I think it only has like one season of the anime worth of material left to do. This season was another good season of Dr. Stone, but it didn't blow my socks off. If I need to fill in a spot, then it might make the list, but for right now, I think it's not going to. It's just doing its thing very well moving forward. On the other hand, what we have the opposite of is Vinland Saga Season 2, and it's its own separate season. I don't like putting separate, I should mention, I don't like just putting separate seasons of the same anime on my lists from year to year, because that results in like that can result for like the shows that are really long and really good to just take up like half your list every year. So it's like there's gonna be Jujutsu Kaisen every year, there's gonna be Demon Slayer every year, there's gonna be this every year, there's gonna be that. I don't love the idea of that. So I do try to tend to lean away towards like, oh, we're just getting more of this really good thing that I already put on the list for like the first season. But anime also kind of is kind of in a weird medium space of like, well, sometimes seasons can be incredibly different from each other nowadays compared to like the older times. Like, I think Vinland Saga Season 2 is the reason why I bring this up, because Vinland Saga Season 2 might as well be a different anime compared to Season 1. For better or worse, depending on who you asked. Dumb people thought it was boring and wanted it to, and thought it was like too talky in Season 2, and thought it was like it just jumped off the cliff and was no good anymore. When instead, it just managed to gracefully transfer or maneuver into a different genre of anime, really, without completely leaving behind what made it great in the first place. So Season 1 of Vinland Saga is much more of a battle shonen kind of premise, where it's just like the main character's a kid whose dad was killed by a Viking. Like, they're all Vikings, but his dad was killed by like a Viking raider, and he spends the rest of he devotes the rest of his life towards killing the person who killed his dad, but ends up living underneath the person who killed his dad, because he's like a little kid when it first happens, and he has nowhere else to go, and he just knows he wants to kill the guy, so he just ends up following him all the time, and as a result he ends up like kind of like a weird like son figure, or like the guy who killed his dad ends up as like a replacement father figure almost for him in his pursuit of his revenge against him. It's a very interesting story, very good, very well made, a lot of awesome fights. But then Season 2 picks up after a time skip, without getting into spoilers, and it just changes entirely. It's still about him. It's still about that main character, just many years later. And it does a good job making that transition into it, what I consider would be like reading what the author of the manga and writer of the overall project said. He managed to turn it into like what he actually wanted that show to be about, or what he wanted the message to be about, after thinking on it long and hard, successfully. What I can say is it goes from being less of an Uncharted. If we're talking about video game examples, it went from being less of an Uncharted and more of a Last of Us. Let's put it that way. So, Season 2, very good. Moving on. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 just wrapped up, hot off the presses, this past week. I don't know if it's going to make the list. Which sounds ridiculous, I know. Depending on who's watching, that may sound ridiculous. But we're going to put it on and see if it hangs. I don't know if I need to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen. You either know what it is or you don't. It's like one of those big anime where it's like, man, don't make me... That's kind of part of the problem with Jujutsu Kaisen, is it's not really easy to explain. Like, stuff just... Cool shit keeps happening in Jujutsu Kaisen, but it's all tied together with like the loosest of... Not the loosest of strings, but... What's happening from episode to episode just happens, especially this season, so haphazardly. And it's all cool shit. Good animation. Some of the best animation of the year, easily. Which is why it's going to at least brush against this list, if not make it. But, like, I can't talk... Like, the characters are cool. The world is pretty alright. I mean, it's really just modern-day Japan with monsters in it. the spirits are pretty cool, or like the evil, like the villains are also pretty cool, but like I have no idea what the main villain's overall goal is. I have no idea what his motivations for doing it really are. He talks a lot, but doesn't really make much sense, or at least it's hard to like visualize or conceptualize what the whole point of all of the show is, even, and that's kind of a point against it. It's good that it's on this list right next to Demon Slayer, because Demon Slayer is kind of the opposite. I'm gonna put Demon Slayer on the list, but again, maybe it won't make it. Not for me. I like Demon Slayer a lot, but, and this was a Swordsmith arc, Swordsmith Village arc. But Demon Slayer always looks really great. But this is the first season where I was like, less hype happened. I think this was a pretty mid season of Demon Slayer overall. And mid Demon Slayer is better than most anime, but still not the best that Demon Slayer has been. Let me just put it that way. I don't particularly have any huge problems with it, other than it felt kind of like it was spinning its wheels a little bit this season. Like, we have to get through these two evil villains, because they're on the list of villains, and we find out some cool stuff about some characters along the way, but it felt like it had the least amount of consequence. Like, previous seasons of Demon Slayer have all kinds of shit that permanently changed the status quo. This season has the least of that, almost. And then it has like a really huge reveal that almost makes up for the rest of the season, but I don't really like giving it the free pass because of it. It may not make the list as a result. I like Demon Slayer less than Jujutsu Kaisen this season. Let's put it that way. It's almost unfair because Jujutsu Kaisen had double the episodes. It was working with double the episodes in Demon Slayer, but also the first Jujutsu Kaisen was also half of a prequel, half of a current show. So it was almost like two separate seasons put into the same season as far as Jujutsu Kaisen. This is where stuff gets real hard to break down. But either way, Demon Slayer still may make the list, but we'll see. My dog's over there having a nightmare. Don't wake him up though, that's bad. You're not supposed to wake up dogs when they're having a nightmare. But I can tell with her, because she starts like whimpering in her sleep, and she starts kicking her little leg. It's not really cute. It's not super sad, because you know it's fine, but it's like, no, nothing I can do for you. The end of Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan's final season. Actual final season. Full, finished, no more, done with the entire series, final season. So this one's called The Final Chapters. Here we go. Attack on Titan, the final season, the final chapters. It's not peak Attack on Titan for me. The end of the show, it ended pretty solidly, which is, you know, important. Not always easy to do. It ended well enough. I liked the ending, but it wasn't the best part of Attack on Titan, which is why it got an 8. I don't know. I mean, all of it's spoilers technically, because it's like one of the biggest anime on the planet. So either you've watched it already or you haven't. So I'm not going to go into details of what happens. But I think it nails the finish. It wasn't there was a real feeling that it was going to be a Game of Thrones situation where they just don't manage to nail the ending. But I think it does it fine. It's not the smoothest ending, but it does it fine. It wraps things up in a neat enough bow to feel fulfilling. And on top of that, as usual, animation's very good. All the characters we love are back, doing their thing. It's almost hard for me to remember what happens in these set of episodes, because everything in these last couple, the final season has been ripped up into different pieces so much, it was hard to make sure I'm not remembering stuff that happened in previous seasons. But I think that a lot of cool shit happened in these last couple of episodes. These last 2 hour-long episodes or specials or whatever. But it's good. It's real good. We'll leave it there for right now. It might not make the list just because it's like a weird chunk of anime that's not as easy to like feel okay about putting on a list of top anime as like a full season. It's like a part of a part. It's like weird, but there's not really another way to put it on the list. I don't know. If it manages to stick around, if it hangs, it hangs. Did I skip anything? I didn't skip anything. How many are on the list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We technically have room for 3 more. Shit. I want to jump to... This is also from last year. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure finished last year. It shouldn't be on this list. Mobile Suit Gundam is going to make the list. Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. I think the first season started last year. Where is it? Or am I crazy? I guess not. I think... Doesn't seem like it's here. Only the second season is here. But... that's fine. I think the first season had to also be this year. Maybe it's just not on my list. Maybe I need to find the first season and put it on my list. But I don't want to mess up this. Oh, hey, this is here too. Oh wait, that's that. So what's this? Oh, this is the 2 separate parts of the Swordsmith Village arc. Oh wait. Oh no, this is the movie that leads into the Swordsmith Village, and then the other one is the actual season. Okay. I don't want to mess up this filter or anything, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But just know that this represents all of the Mobile Suit Gundam, The Witch from Mercury. I can just put in Witch Mercury, and I'm sure that's enough for it to find it. Just put in the keywords instead of putting in. Oh nope, fine. Gundam Witch. I don't want to have to type out the whole thing. Name contains Gundam Witch. Did I spell Gundam wrong? Okay, let me do The Witch from Mercury. The Witch from M. Come on. There we go. Okay, so the prologue started last year. And then part 1 started last year, went into the second year. But I don't think I watched it until... Oh, I can't from this, but I imagine that I watched this... edit. Yeah, I watched this pretty late. Even if it started last year, I didn't start it until this year, I think. And it was really good. I liked it a lot. I don't want to get into, like, details, but, like, I don't like Gundam shows, usually. I'm going to put the first season on here just so I don't have to have part 1 and part 2. I don't have to have part 2 behind it. Just know that it represents the entire series, which I think the majority of it happened this year. I liked it a lot. I don't like Gundam shows normally, but it's like a good standalone Gundam show that is very character driven. I'm pretty sure this poster is upside down. Like this picture is upside down. I'm pretty sure. It's hard to say for sure because like I can't read Japanese, but this Japanese also looks upside down to me. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into what this Gundam is about. Or it's not even like a spoilery thing. It's just like the main character is a girl who is the only one who can pilot this normally illegal type of Gundam, which is where the name Witch comes from. They don't really use it in the show too much. But either way, she can pilot this Gundam that nobody else can pilot, and she goes to this school for Gundam pilots, where everything is determined. Any and all disputes amongst the students can be dealt with by dueling Gundams. Of course, it's a very anime premise. Like at any point, for anything, oh you fucking owe me lunch money. Okay, well then fight me for it, bitch. And then you get in Gundams and you blow each other up. But you don't kill each other. You just duel. That's the initial premise without getting into like the nitty gritty of what's going on with the characters. It's just really good. I can't really get into it without, like, I would have to explain so much. The fighting looks really good, I think, for a giant robot anime. Like, things move really fast and are animated really well. I can talk about that. I think the characters are all pretty, I think the cast overall, because it's a pretty large cast of characters, but you can end up keeping track of them pretty easily, which is what you want. I think it's very good. And I'm pretty sure it's definitely going to be in like my top 5. I think. God, looking at the rest of this list, not so sure. I didn't skip these. It's just that I knew I wanted that one on the list, and I may not want these on the list, even though I like them a lot. One is Konosuba's prequel, Konosuba: An Explosion on This Wonderful World. That is a prequel about one of the characters from Konosuba's origins, specifically Megumin, but she is my favorite character from... She is everybody's favorite character from Konosuba, which is why she gets her spin-off. Everybody loves fucking Megumin. So if you're telling me you made a spin-off show all about her, and in a show that I already like, yeah, pretty good. Really funny. Pretty good and funny. But I don't know if it's top 10 pretty good and funny. I think that's just what it comes down to. After a certain point, there's certain things that are just like, this is really fucking top 10. Or, this was really funny, but I don't think it's going to crack it. I don't think it's going to crack it. I'm going to skip it for now. I'll come back for it if I feel like, oh, wait, I'm getting into stuff that's way worse. So, it'll make the list. But we don't have many slots left. So, moving on. Oshinoko was a really huge anime this year that is just real weird. It's not weird. It is just a real... It starts with... Its first episode is an hour-long movie of sorts that is all prologue to what the rest of the series is going to be about. And that 1 hour chunk alone, I recommend to most anime watchers because it is such a fucking... It's such a roller coaster of like, what is this show gonna be? What the fuck is this? That it's fun. It's very fun. Like looking at this poster and knowing overall that it's about idols is in like pop singers in Japan. Knowing just that vaguely, what that first episode goes into, hell of a ride. Super fun. I still enjoy the rest of the series after that, which kind of gets more of a like, okay, this is what this is, and this is what the point, or this is like what the purpose or the goal of our main character is. This is who our main character is. This is what they're trying to do. More interesting, still good, but I don't think it reaches the heights of just like what happens in that first episode. So it may not make the list, but it's still good. We'll find out. This is what's going to happen. These two being right next to each other is kind of funny. Buddy Daddies is the anime somebody definitely created after they were like, people seem to really like this Spy Family shit. Buddy Daddies is not knockoff Spy Family, because I think Buddy Daddies is really good. So when you say something is like knockoff, that implies it is of lesser quality, and I don't want to do that. Buddy Daddies is pretty fucking good. It's a little bit darker, a little bit more serious, instead of being... I think this is what it breaks down to. Buddy Daddies is less comedy, more because like the conceit of Buddy Daddies is they're two assassins who are trying to take care of this little girl that they stumble upon for reasons. So they are both just straight up assassins, and they deal with actual like assassination shit on the regular. So while it is definitely has a comedy bent in the same way that Spy Family does, it has a little bit more. It reaches a little bit darker topics a little bit more directly than Spy Family does. So that's the main differentiator, and I think it does it well. I think it looks really good. It's a very good looking anime. All the characters are really funny in it, are really interesting in it. So I think it's going to make the list over Spy Family Season 2 because I want to reward new stuff. Even if it's new stuff copying other stuff. And I don't even know. There's a chance that Buddy Daddies was something that came out like the original, like, I don't know if it's based on a manga. I don't know if it's a original TV original. I feel like it's TV original. I don't think it was based on anything. I think it was a TV original manga or anime that if I had to guess, but I could be completely wrong. But if that's the case, it is a very good one of those. I don't want to imply. I don't know if it's gonna. I think it's gonna make the list. The rest of these are probably not gonna crack the list because starting from here, everything is rated 7, and this is just like part 2 of Dr. Stone. So two seasons of Dr. Stone essentially happened this year, so we can ignore this. But this is where the 7s out of 10s start, and I don't think it's right for. I don't think any of them are going to jump up to make the list, but you know what? Looking at some of these, let's talk about it. Even if I think... Because, okay, part of that is because there's some of these are doubled up in terms of like, hey, there's 2 seasons of Dr. Stone up here. This is not from this year. This is not from this year. This is the end of like a much longer... There's a lot of 8s up here that are not eligible for the list to me. So maybe some 7s can actually make the list. Maybe 1 or 2 7s will crack it. Let's find out together. But either way, I'm going to put Buddy Daddies on here and not Spy Family Season 2 because they both kind of deserve the same slot. I think they're about as good as each other. I think Spy Family Season 2 continues an already very good thing. I'm probably out of view again. I don't know if it's better or worse than anything else as far as Spy Family goes. I think... God, was Spy Family Season 1 24 episodes? I thought it was, but maybe not. Anyway. I don't think this season of Spy Family does anything especially better than Season 1. It just keeps going on with a good thing. But Buddy Daddies deserves some... I think Buddy Daddies does... The other thing about Buddy Daddy is it's one and done. It is one 12-episode season story that is told well beginning to end, and then it's done, and I like that a lot. I respect that a lot. Not that, you know, going on for season and season is not a problem, but when you're not trying to reach, like, you know what you're writing and you know what your goal is, you're going to write it and you're going to be done, that gets points for me. So I want to reward that over rewarding the next season of an already good show that everybody already likes and knows is good. So it makes the list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, shit. We only got spot for one more. So let's talk about Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead would be a 7 if it didn't look so fucking good. That's my vibe for Zom 100. It is an 8 on my list. One of those points is almost entirely from how good the anime looks, and not in like a fantastically animated way like the battle anime do, like Jujutsu Kaisen and Attack on Titan and Demon Slayer. It doesn't have super pretty Sakuga, it doesn't have super pretty, super detailed animation, but the overall vibe and look and feel of the anime, including the intro, or including the opening after they finished it, including, like, the spirit of that anime feels so bright and cheery and good. Even though at times it doesn't look fantastic, like when you come right down to it, there's it looks kind of like fine, but it is up there. It looks really good. Almost didn't finish. It got to episode 10, and then it went into hiatus for months, and then they just threw out the last 2 episodes here at the end of the year, so it barely made the cut. I think they put out the last two episodes like mid to late December, when the original seasons happened way back in like July. Yeah. So this show started in July, went on for 10 weeks, and then they ran out of budget or something, and it didn't look like it was going to finish. And then the last 2 episodes just popped up the day after Christmas. So, not that that has much to do with its overall quality, but it's just worth mentioning that, man, what a crazy ride that went on. And I haven't really talked about what it's about, because I don't really feel like that matters as much as about our main character, who is a office worker who has the worst job in the fucking world, and then zombies happen, and he is super stoked about it because he just doesn't have to work anymore. So he makes a list of 100 things he wants to do before he dies, after the zombie apocalypse gives him the opportunity to do it. He has a very uplifting kind of spirit to deal with everything, and he's just happy to have the opportunity. And he meets a cast of characters who are there for it too. But it's mostly just like that spirit and the look of the anime that manages to match it in such a different looking way. It doesn't look like most other anime. But I think story-wise, I actually wasn't like, I need to watch this episode, or I need to watch this week, I can't wait for the next week. It would just be like, when I watched it, I enjoyed it very much, and I appreciated it very much whenever I was looking at it. But then when it was over, it was over, and I almost didn't go back to even watch those last couple of episodes. I might have been okay if they just never did them. Like, I was like, oh, well, this was a really good show, but I don't need this. And I don't particularly feel like the story wrapped up, because I don't know if they're going to get any more seasons. I don't know if they're going to get any more episodes. But I don't know if I feel like it wrapped up in a particularly meaningful way. So it may be an anime that ultimately never finishes. I think the manga is still going, obviously. I just mean the anime specifically. I don't know what happened for the production, but I don't know if they're going to do any more. But anyway, it got an 8 out of 10, and in theory, that should get it a spot on my list as number 10. But I feel like there's some stuff there's a anime in 7 that I may want to give a bump to. The last 7 is here. So all of these are 7s. I'm not going to talk about all these, even though there's some really, there's some good stuff in all of these. I wouldn't have finished these if they weren't good, for the most part. These 2 are 6s. I normally don't finish anime this not great. In fact, this was another one that I didn't finish. This is an anime that was 10 episodes. I got 6 episodes in and I didn't care anymore. I don't think it's bad though. I just think it ultimately ended up kind of boring. This is called The Fire Hunter. I'm not going to go into what it's about. It's only worth mentioning because it's the only anime that I kind of started and didn't finish, because I just was like, whatever, man. I think it's okay. I don't think it's a bad anime. I just think it's kind of I just ran out of steam on it. It kind of got boring. Like, it just got boring. It didn't get bad. It was just like fine, and that's boring. Like, these were bad, but at least they were interesting. Like, I think both of these may be worse anime than this, but these were bad in an interesting way. Like, High Card is like a knockoff, and I do mean that in like the lesser quality way. Kind of a knockoff JoJo's, kind of a knockoff just like general show where like, hey, we're just gonna give everybody powers, and then every week there'll be another power that we have to go get. Like, we have a team of people who have powers, and they have to go out each week and stop the person making trouble with the powers this week. In this case, like, everybody gets a play. There's a deck of playing cards that if you get those cards, they each have a different power attached. And there's no real theme to those powers, which is where the knockoff JoJo's comes from. Because it kind of feels like everybody has, like, a bad stand in this show. But I finished it anyway. It was kind of fun enough, despite that. Didn't have particularly great animation. Wasn't written especially well, but it made... I think this year had a couple of seasons of anime that didn't have, as in like winter, summer, spring, that were kind of low on decent anime to watch. So that gave me more time to allow for lower quality stuff that kind of like just like make it through the cracks. And I think High Card was one of those where I was just like, yeah, this is not great, but I'm not bored. So I managed to finish it. At least this season. The second season, I think, is already out or is happening soon, and I'm planning to watch it. I think. We'll see. I might watch like the first couple episodes and be like, oh yeah, no, I'm done. But we'll find out. And then meanwhile, Magical Destroyers is a 6. I know it feels like I'm talking more about the bottom of my list than the middle of my list, but that's just because like the bottom is like kind of more interesting. This is like Fooly Cooly meets a magical girl anime. I was gonna put like another anime there, but I'm just like, what if Fooly Cooly was a magical girl anime instead of whatever the hell Fooly Cooly is? It has that kind of vibe. It has that kind of like, we're just doing shit, man. We aren't worried about the details of what's happening. We're just going with the flow. But the fact that it's a full 12 episode anime kind of works against it versus Fooly Cooly, which manages to get away with that for 6 episodes and then knows it needs to fucking get out of there, which is why everything related to Fooly Cooly that has happened since the initial season of Fooly Cooly has been straight shit. I haven't watched any of it. I haven't heard anything good. But Fooly Cooly was lightning in a bottle, and trying to continue it again is not a good idea. If anything, you want to do shit like Magical Destroyers, which takes the spirit of Fooly Cooly, the we don't follow any rules of storytelling, or we follow enough for you to be interested and for us to make enough sense for you to follow along. But otherwise, from episode to episode, everything that just happens on screen is just happening, man, and just come along for the ride. And that's why it's a 6. It doesn't always land those, like, what it's aiming to do from episode to episode. And I don't think it has an overall theme that stays consistent enough for it to get away with some of the messages it tries to get across. But it was a fun time. Oh, and the ending of it was real. The ending of the season was real bad. I remember that too. Which is, I think that docked it a point. The 12th episode of Magical Destroyers docked it a full point, all on its own. And I think they plan to do more. I think they set up for like the next season. And I didn't like it at all. So we'll see. But it's not going to make the list. It's just worth talking about while it's on screen. There's a couple of anime that I kind of want to pop up. I kind of want to pop up Revengers onto the list over Zom 100, even though it's a 7. It doesn't look as good as Zom 100. Okay, let me put it this way. Zom 100 is a 7 anime, remember, that is getting a bump purely from visuals. So really, it's in the same league as the rest of these anime for various reasons. So Revenger is a really tight little story that I think is done. I think it's a 12 episode, one and done, no more seasons anime, if I remember correctly. I barely remember how it finishes, but I'm pretty sure. That's kind of sets up like a John Wickish type universe in samurai era Japan. It feels a lot like John Wick, but not in the action, because obviously there's not as many guns it's not about our main character is such a badass and doing really intricate stunt scenes. It's more about just like the mechanisms that make the world go round are really interesting, and Revenger lets you, and it has a lot in common with just like the coins in John Wick and like the organizations that are like just put together to do certain things, kind of a thing, without getting into like the details. It's just really, it was really good, but it was only a 7, partially because it didn't look above and beyond. It looked solid, but it didn't look fantastic, and it just kind of felt, the feeling of it was just fine, or it did everything as much as it needed to. It didn't excel at anything, and so it was a 7, but I still liked it. I think sometimes that is more admirable than trying to shoot for more and not reaching it. The other one I might want to bump up is Undead Murder Farce, which is another one that I think lost a point only on the basis of like a few episodes, like 2 episodes, or like one of the arcs during the overall show. I felt like was kind of like, it's just detracted from what your show was trying to do overall. And if it would just be better overall if you just didn't have this arc here. I don't want to keep. I've practically gone over every anime on the list now except for like a handful. But it's worth talking about because I think people should watch it. Undead Murder Farce is like a detective anime, surprisingly, but it's like supernatural detectives. So to put it in perspective, like our main character is an Oni guy. Like he's like a human who's been like fused with Oni blood, like a Japanese yokai Oni. So he's super strong and he's super durable. And he meets up with an immortal lady who's really smart and good at being a detective, and her maid, who is like carries a gun and can protect her mistress, who is like the head only. Her body, the immortal's body is stolen, so somebody cuts off her head, steals her body, but she's obviously still alive because she's an immortal. And they all meet up and form like a little. They form a like Sherlock and Holmes or Sherlock and Watson kind of relationship, but with 3 of them instead of 2. And they solve mysteries specifically for to do with supernatural stuff. So like the first mystery is like a murder mystery, but for a family of vampires who are trying to live alongside humanity peacefully. But somebody murdered one of them, and murdering a vampire is not easy. So it's not just like, well, humans hate vampires, so obviously it's one of them. It gets into the details, and it does good mysteries that way. My problem is they bring in some outside material that they don't need to. They bring in Sherlock Holmes, they bring in Lupin the Thief as characters in this universe in a way that I feel like they didn't need to. Like, this universe was interesting enough on its own, and its original characters were carrying the show, and then they just threw in like not great versions of these classic characters just because they could, and that wasn't great. But that's only for like the 2 or 3 episodes, and then they get back to like the original stuff, and it's pretty good. Anyway, very good show. Recommend it. It's gonna get more seasons, or it should get more seasons. It looks pretty great. The dialogue is very well written. I think it's overall better than Revenger, but I just really like the world building in Revenger on the same level, so they're pretty much tied for me, actually. But I think minus that, this is probably just like the better anime, which is why like one of those 2 may take the number 10 spot over Zom 100. Yeah, I would want people to watch Revenger or Undead Murder Farce before Zom 100. Zom 100, watch like the first episode, and then, continue it or not. But these deserve more people to know about them. Quickly, going over the rest of this list so we can wrap this up and get into the video games. Inspector 2, 2nd season of like a pretty good, pretty decent, but weird supernatural short story compilation kind of show, without getting into the details because it's the 2nd season of a thing. Talked about it before there. Not entirely sure I would recommend it. It's not bad. It is very good. It's got a 7 for a reason. But I need to talk to like people individually to see if they'd really like be there for what it's trying to do. But I like the show a lot, and I like the main character. She's cute. Malevolent Spirits Monogatari. Quickly, I'm trying to think of the best way to sum it up. It's kind of a shonen rom-com, which is kind of like rare. It's not even like a. It's in the same vein as like an Inuyasha. It's in the same vein as like the main character has like a love thing going on with like another side character and her crew of magical objects that take the form of people who can then fight with like those objects. So like this guy is like a katana, and this guy is like an ink well for like drawing with, but he turns into like he controls ink. She's like a mirror. So like they're in a world where like normal everyday objects can take shape as people, and then like they normally try to do harm to humanity, but there are some of them that try to protect blah blah blah. And these main two in the middle have just like a love thing going on. Not a love triangle, but like a will they, won't they kind of relationship going on. Is the quick and dirty synopsis. There's 2 seasons of it out. This 2 12-episode seasons of it out. Both of them are fine to good. The fights are fine to good. Everything about it is just fine to good. I think these are like, if these are 2 or almost 8s, this show is like solidly a 7, but it's still good. Let's knock Mashal out. Mashal is Magic and Muscles is what if One Punch Man but Harry Potter though? What if our main character is going to a magical school a la Harry Potter, but he cannot use magic, he's just ridiculously strong, a la One Punch Man. Like he just exercised so much that he has to get through all of his studies and all of his tests through sheer strength of his body with zero knowledge of magic. It's a comedy, it's funny, it's a shonen, it's not great. There are some people who are higher on it than me. I think the show is fine. It looks above average at times, but most of the time it's just a good shonen, not great. Moving on. My Home Hero, 7 out of 10. My Home Hero is actually a pretty down-to-earth, just like, this is one of the few anime where if you did it in real life, or if you did a live-action adaptation, it'd be pretty easy. Like, it's not, no supernatural things. It is just a story of like, hey, this everyday father has a daughter who gets into a relationship with a Yakuza guy, and the dad ends up killing him. And he has to hide. It's kind of, I would put it in like the Breaking Bad category of like thriller. Like our main character is like a mystery writer, so he's good at covering up evidence, and he ends up killing the abusive boyfriend and has to hide it, and then he spends the rest of the series hiding that murder from the Yakuza organization looking for him, without getting into details. I think it's a one and done. I'm pretty sure the whole story is told in the 12 episodes. I was looking forward to watch from week to week, but it's not super well animated. It's a little bit under average as far as like the look of it, but I mean it's just an anime about talking. Like, it's just about regular ass people talking to each other. There's not a whole lot of shooting. There's not a lot of action from time to time, but not a whole lot. Like, that's not what it's about. It's just kind of like a good thriller in the same way as a Breaking Bad. Obviously not written as well as Breaking Bad, not that I've watched it, but it is just in that same genre of show, where a good person has to do something bad, and whether or not they are they a good person if they were able to get away with it as easy as they did, or did they even really get away with it? It's just like a good one of those, especially for an anime. That's kind of rare. But yeah, it's not gonna make the list. King and Ashura, 7 out of 10. This is the season 2 of it. Not gonna go into it for very long. Hey, what if Baki, but not ridiculous and not great anymore? King and Ashura is like hey, I liked Baki's first couple of seasons, and then I felt like it got too ridiculous, well then watch King and Ashura. It is like bloody hand-to-hand straight tournaments with like actual martial arts just taken to like 11. The problem is Baki went to 12 and 13, and I went like, that's like dumb and not fun anymore. King and Ashura goes to 11, stays there at a steady clip. Every fight in King and Ashura's tournament you're looking forward to. They do a good job of every fight. You're not sure who's going to win every fight. Each fighter feels like they have like a good... You go in being like, this is probably the guy who's going to win, but I'm not sure about that. The other guy's pretty good. It's a good one of those. It's a CG anime that doesn't look great when they're talking in between fights, but then when the fights happen, it looks pretty good. 7 out of 10. Pretty good. And then finally, last thing to talk about out of the anime, Dead Mount Death Play is, if you ever watched Baccano or if you watched Durarara, it is, I think, written by the same guy who did those anime, and that's the only way I can describe it. It feels like one of those. Which, once you watch those and this and realize the stuff they have in common, it's kind of like an ensemble cast. It's like, it has like a main character, at least this one does, but it's really about a larger cast of characters that's getting like fleshed out over the course of the show. Our main character being a necromancer. It's kind of a semi-spoiler, but this is like the premise of the show. First episode, there's a knight fighting like an evil necromancer god, and the knight seems to in like a you know, we're talking about knights, so it's like a fantasy world. The knight seems to banish the necromancer god, but actually the god used because he was about to lose, he used a spell to transfer himself into another world. He ends up transferring himself into a young boy here in modern day Japan, in our world, and it goes from there. So our main character is a necromancer god. He has the powers of a necromancer god in modern day Japan, and all of season 1 has nothing to do with the fantasy world anymore. It seems like the fantasy world might start playing more of a part in the second season, which I did not watch. It came out technically in 2023, wrapped up right before the end of the year, and I just didn't watch any of it because I didn't really have the time or the want. I was playing a lot of games, but it was good. I would have to watch season 2 to really know if it like is gonna go the distance for me. But season 1 was solid enough because I know the kind of anime it is, and I enjoyed it. Anyway, not gonna make the list. Thinking about what's gonna take the last spot. These two are such a tie. It's definitely going to be the bottom spot, though. I don't have to worry about that. Or maybe, should we just bump Attack on Titan off and put both of them on? Is Pluto definitely going to make this list? I don't feel that strongly about Pluto. I mean, I enjoyed it. I think it's good, but it doesn't personally excite me like these other two did. It'd be pretty low on my list. What about Demon Slayer? Does that deserve to hang? Maybe not. Maybe Demon Slayer's off the list this year. I liked it fine, but I could take or leave this season. I mean, I gave it an 8 out of 10 because Demon Slayer always looks good, and the ending of this season was really, I thought it was pretty good. I like the way that this season ended. So maybe it hangs. Konosuba didn't make it. I'm worried that I'm putting Pluto so high just because it's so different. Maybe I didn't like Pluto that much. I don't think I did. Like, I know the amount of work that went into it and how important it kind of is to the people who made it. For it to be made was kind of like really special. By the end of the day, I don't know that I'd watch it again. I wouldn't be as excited to watch it again as I would be either of these two with somebody else. But it's really well written. It has a really solid. It tells really good stories.
That's kind of crap, but I want to do that again.
Up to a point. I feel like it gets a little bit muddy at certain points. But it did have me wanting to watch from week to week overall. I'm trying to. This really comes down to me trying to cheat on both of these lower rated anime, but really I just need to make a cut there. Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen gets to stay on. Jujutsu Kaisen is too good, too well animated to not really. And I was looking forward to most of the episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen. Hope I'm still visible. How much I remember about each of these anime too, because that helps me. God, man. Part of me feels bad Konosuba isn't on the list. Should I just put on Konosuba and forget about the other two? No, I don't like putting on later seasons of stuff, man. I'm going to take Demon Slayer off the list. I don't think it makes the list this year. I just don't feel that strongly about this season of it. Overall, the bad guys in this season weren't that fun or that cool. It has some real cop-out stuff in it as far as like the way it Demon Slayer is off the list. Problem solved. It doesn't make it bad. It just makes it the next season in a good show that's already been good, and it's not even like the best part of that show. I'd rather people be all like, oh, look at my list and be like, what the fuck is this? I haven't heard of that, rather than just see like the latest season of fucking Demon Slayer and be all like, well, I know what that is, and I already know it's good, or I already like it. This feels better to me. This feels right from my list. Done. That's 10 out of 10. Or that's yeah. Now we need to order it. That shouldn't be too hard. I guess I can zoom this in. That does not help. Right about there. I'm gonna go with my early gut and then move stuff around. I know Heavenly Delusion is gonna be pretty high. Vinland Saga is gonna be pretty high. Pluto is gonna be pretty low. Buddy Daddy is gonna be somewhere in the middle. Jujutsu Kaisen is gonna be relatively high. This part I'm not talking about out loud as much because like I'm the only one who knows the majority of these shows. I mean, like there's a lot out of here that somebody watching may know, but I feel like this particular subset, you know, mostly me making just decisions off of feel. I know these two are kind of interchangeable, but probably actually. I liked Witch from Mercury a lot. Did I like it more than Hell's Paradise? I mean, I liked Hell's Paradise, but I don't think I liked it as much as I kind of set myself up to look like I like it. This feels like it's getting there. These feel right. Did I like Vinland Saga that much? I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen going any higher on this list, but I feel like that's true. There's some really super hype moments in Jujutsu Kaisen. Some hype that Demon Slayer has been missing, but Jujutsu Kaisen keeps the hype going. But Vinland Saga, I kind of want to... I mean, Vinland Saga is really high. But I kind of want to reward it for doing what it did. But that does... I mean, there was some episodes of Vinland Saga when it was starting out that were kind of like slow rolling. Slowly getting up to where we kind of like get what's happening. This might be it. Right at the 3-hour mark of the stream. Is Attack on Titan better than The Witch from Mercury? The last couple of chapters. I think it's taking a hit because it's the last couple of chapters. I think it's better for it to stay a little bit lower. No, it was very good. Yeah. I like the top half is stuff that stands on its own for the most part, except for, well, not really. These two are obviously ongoing series, but man, I think I'm gonna do that because Vinland Saga's writing is better, and I feel like it's harder to do than good animation at the end of the day for anime, or it's rarer. It's not hard to do, but it's rarer to have such good writing. Yeah. I think this is the list. I think that's the list. I'm not gonna suffer over it much longer. Some of these are interchangeable in the same way. This is another year where there's no standout. Even Heavenly Delusion, even though it went to the top and it stayed at the top, I don't feel like you could fight me on it being number one, and I'd probably be like, yeah, maybe it's not number one for me either. But right now it feels like my number one because it's a combination of both, of everything I want. It is a combination of novelty. It's something brand new. It has really great animation. It has really great writing. It has a really great world building for the most part. Half of it is a little bit but it still gets there. I think this is it. I'm not gonna stare at this anymore. This is my top 10 anime of 2023. From the bottom up, Revenger at number 10, Undead Murder Force at number 9, Pluto at number 8, Buddy Daddies at number 7, the final season, final chapters of Attack on Titan at number 6, Hell's Paradise number 5, Mobile Suit Gundam The Witch from Mercury at number 4, Jujutsu Kaisen second season at number 3, Vinland Saga season 2 at number 2, and Heavenly Delusion at the top of the list at number 1 anime of the year 2023. Alright, no big break this time. Let me take a big swig and we'll get into the meat and potatoes of the video games. Get them knocked out. I'm hoping to get those knocked out in less than an hour. This is going to be my longest. It's because I spent more time on like the shows and stuff than I normally do. But I'm happy it only took one bottle of soda for this entire stream to get me through it. I might have to get food after this though, which is surprising because I don't think I ate all that far ahead. No, I think I ate around 3 or 4. I ate around 4, I think. So it's about that time. Anyway, let's wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. These are all the games that I played to completion this year, if possible. And when I say if possible, that means if the game is like... Oh wait, no, I didn't play all these to completion. But I played most of these to completion. No, yeah, the vast majority. I think there's like 3 or 4 I did not finish, and or they're like multiplayer only, so it's not really a finish, or whatever. I played the majority of these all the way through. Yeah. I should... Okay, no, there it is. I was like, did I put the most recent games on here? I didn't put... Because it's early access, so I didn't put another game on here, I don't think. I don't think I put Death Must Die on here. Okay, whatever. This is our starting stack of games that I played this year. A nice, healthy amount. This is our same tier list, very similar to the shows from this year, except we add in a dishonorable mentions here for games that I just don't like. I think they're actually not good. And then we have just fine, and then we have honorable mentions, and then we have the ones that will make it into the top 10. And then these are not qualified / exceptions. So that would be things like Farm RPG. No, yeah, no, maybe. What did I put that there for? Oh, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla DLC. It's a DLC. It's not a whole game. So I don't feel great putting it on a top 10 list of new games of 2023. But I didn't play enough DLC expansions to have just like a DLC top 10. So it's gonna go here under it's gonna go under here as an exception. But and also I didn't wrap it up until yesterday or the day before. I think the day before yesterday, which is technically the first day of the new year. So technically I didn't finish it in 2023. But very technically, as if that matters. I finished it before the stream, and that's all that really matters. But it's also just DLC. I don't feel good. It practically, it has enough content in it to be a standalone game. But it was free DLC on top of that. And it has a story, and it has a lot of gameplay. It just doesn't have like the exploration, but you don't really want that. It has pieces of exploration, but I mean it's a roguelike mode for an existing game. This generation's horde mode, really, when I think about it. Anyway, that's an example of an exception. Not gonna be able to make the list just because it's only DLC for a bigger game. So how are we gonna do this? We're just gonna go down the list? I think we'll go down the list because I think that's the funnest way of doing this instead of me doing it in like, here's all the bad ones, here's all the best ones, and then fill out the middle. I think I like going down the list to leave it a little bit like, a little bit ambiguous as to what's gonna go where, instead of just plucking out the good ones. So, 20 Minutes to Dawn is the first solid Vampire Survivors-like after Vampire Survivors came out last year and set the world on fire. Early last year. I don't remember when 20 Minutes Till Dawn came out, but I feel like it was like the first big, good, high-quality Vampire Survivors clone, if you want to call it that. But it's pretty much a genre now. So it's the first one in that genre. It's a pretty good one of those. There's a couple more on that list. Actually, I will just knock that out right now because they're so similar. They're both just fine. I like that genre a lot, but they need to find something how to handle the end game of those games. I feel like the first couple of hours while you're unlocking stuff, really brand new characters and stuff, is the really meat and potatoes of those games. And then once you get there, they need to find a way to put a longer tail on that genre that's interesting, and holds your attention. Because at a certain point, I just get to the point where I'm just like, actually, I feel like I got what I needed. I don't need to do the tippity-toppitest, hardest difficulty thing in this game. I can just call it here. That's kind of where I got in Bone Razor Minions earlier than normal. 20 Minutes to Dawn, it was early access when I started. It's still not really done, but still enough content to last me a good couple of hours. I don't know how much time I put into it, but I put a good amount of time in. Point is, good examples of just fine games. Not honorable mentions. Play them if you're interested in the genre or want to get interested in the genre. Both super cheap. This was like $3. This one's like $4. That's the best thing about this genre, probably, is like the first game set the standard of like you can't have one of these games be more than like $5. But they're a lot of game. They are a lot of fucking game, and they are really good. Just that entire genre. As long as you're not playing like a super cheap knockoff, they're generally just like, it's just a good genre. It's so fucking amazing how good it is. Moving on. This is gonna be in the top 10. And I'll talk about it more when we get there. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. We'll talk about it when we get there. Atomic Heart, trash. Atomic Heart is some of the best looking trash of the year. It is very good looking Russian BioShock that plays trashy. Kind of glitchy. Kind of a mess in terms of storytelling. Kind of. Shooting doesn't feel great. Just overall, I didn't like the feel of it. And that's important for like a first-person shooter. So I got like 3 or 4 hours into it, maybe, before I called it quits. But yeah. I'm not gonna dwell on it. It's just not good to me. I don't think it's good. Alan Wake 2. Alright, I have my issues with Alan Wake 2. I didn't finish it. But I don't feel good putting it in dishonorable mentions. It's fine. I think I'm gonna put it at the bottom of fine, above dishonorable mentions. I know if I had given Alan Wake 2 more time, if I had played Alan Wake 2 a certain way, I might have been able to get through it. I don't remember what difficulty I put it on. If I had knocked it down a difficulty, maybe I would have been willing, and also just like stopped trying to do side shit, like stop trying to look for shit and just stick to main path objectives, then maybe I could have forced my way through that game to see like the best parts of it. I finally looked up the Herald of Darkness musical number dance that's in the game like over the weekend. I mean, it's real. If I had run into that organically, if I didn't know that was happening, it would have been a big moment. It would have been a pretty cool moment. But then even when I was watching, because it was a playthrough of it, it wasn't just like, hey, here's like the music video. It's like, here's somebody playing through that section of the game so you can know what you're doing normally. The music, the presentation, the lighting, all that stuff, phenomenal, top tier, very impressive. What you're doing while that part is happening, trash because you're still playing the same slow-ass, not great shooting, not great dodging combat. Slow, meandering combat while this awesome hype song is, and it just brings the whole thing down. I was like, yeah, this is really fucking cool, but then you have to watch Alan Wake just like trudge his he's not even fat, but he just feels like slow and meandering while this hype song is playing all around him. And it brings it down to think about how that really represents what that whole game feels like, is like a lot of good presentation wrapped around a game that's just kind of mediocre in terms of like combat. Mediocre. Frustrating at worst. Functional at best. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of just fine. I think that evens out to be like some of the best presentation in a video game this year, evened out by some of the worst, most meandering, boring combat. It almost would have been better if it didn't. I think it would have been better if only Saga, who you play as for half the game, only give Saga the combat, only give Alan Wake the puzzle solving and the presentation shit, the story shit. Or not only, but like the majority of the dreamscape fancy stuff. Just let me solve puzzles. The light puzzles suck, or they weren't very good. They didn't feel good to go through, but I could do them. And the swapping the realities, the chunks of reality around, also just felt like an extended put the key in the lock to move forward, not really thinking about what you're doing kind of stuff. Anyway, bottom of just fine. Yeah. Just talking about that game makes me kind of wish I was like that was an actual like alcoholic drink instead of a soda. Just for that one game, just thinking about it. Anyway, we're gonna keep moving. We're gonna wrap this up in less than an hour. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp, the reboot of Advance Wars. I love Advance Wars so much. I love Advance Wars a lot. This reboot was not good enough. Or it is if you have never played Advance Wars before, and this is your only way of playing it. I think it's good. But for what we would need for Advance Wars to come back and be exciting in the modern day, it does not do. It replaces the pixel art from like the Game Boy Advance games with anime / flash animation style art that is functional and isn't bad, but it isn't better. I do kind of like the original sprite art better than the new art, honestly. But the new art's fine. It's still good. It's just not as good as the original. Beyond that, they don't have enough features. Like, you still have to unlock a bunch of shit by playing through the single player of Advance Wars, and I want to be able to jump in and be like, hey guys, we should play Advance Wars. You haven't played the single player, I can teach you real quick, and then we'll get into Advance Wars. But they lock a lot of the content behind finishing like the main campaign, and the campaigns are long, and I don't really want to. Like, I want to play Advance Wars with friends. I don't really want to play the single player that much. I mean, it's still good. I played a good chunk of it, but that's not what I want. I want to be able to just jump into like the full, unlock everything in multiplayer, all of the heroes or all of the like commanders, all of the maps, just jump in online, in person, play some Advance Wars with people, and then do the campaigns if you want. So for that, it's going to be one of the higher things in the just fine category, I think. I don't even think it makes honorable mentions. It should. It would either be the bottom of honorable mentions or like the top of just fine. Baldur's Gate 3. It's going to be the top of the honorable mentions, but it's just not my type of game. I have full respect for Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. Everybody knows about Baldur's Gate 3. It is one of the best games of the year. Either the best or in the top 3, depending on how you feel about the genre. But it is an amazing game. It is an amazing accomplishment. It is so good, but it's not for me. So maybe it is just so high quality, and I have so much respect for it that it is getting this high on the honorable mentions. Which sounds bad towards Alan Wake, which I do still have like a certain amount of respect for, but not as much as Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is just like a fantastic game in a genre that I just don't. I just can't do it. But I did it for a couple. I could see myself going back to play more of it, even though I have seen things in the later parts of that game that I do not want to do not want to deal with at all. And yet a part of me still kind of wants to go back to play more of it, to give it more of a chance. But for right now, that's all I have to say about Baldur's Gate 3. It's not going to make the top 10. It's an honorable mention, though. It is a fantastic game. Cocoon could make the top 10. We're going to put it up there. Oh, wait, you know what? This is not full screen anymore. I was wondering while I was running into that thing, but I didn't have to worry about that before. I'm not doing trailers for these this year, also. Unless I'm asked. If anybody in the chats hears of a new game they haven't heard of before and they want to put visuals on the game I'm talking about real quick, let me know and I will. But as we're getting down, wrapping up things, and I've already been streaming for a hell of a long time, and I got a whole lot of games to go over, I'm not going to show too much from these unless you really are interested, but I'm happy to do so. I don't have a fucking bedtime or any kind of shit, so if anybody's interested, I would love to. All of the games on here I would love to talk about as much as people are interested. Cocoon's going to possibly be in the top 10. If not, it's going to be in the honorable mentions. I'll talk about it there. Cassette Beasts is an honorable mention. I don't think it's going to make the cut. Cassette Beasts is good Pokemon. Good modern day Pokemon. Single player, good new ideas. It is Pokemon, but you can fuse every Pokemon with every other Pokemon, which is very cool. That is a thing that is not pointless, exactly. There is benefits to doing so, and it's not like you fuse two Pokemon or you fuse two Cassette Beasts and you get some kind of, like, cheap fusion of them. Like, you can imagine a world where, hey, I'm gonna fuse this dog with this monkey. I'm gonna fuse this bird with this dog with this monkey, and that's just gonna turn the dog into the main color that the monkey was. But overall, it's still just a dog. That would be the cheapest version of like the fusion technique I can think of. But somehow they do like a more intricate, like actual. Pretty much all the fusions feel like they are full-on fusions for the most part, which is very cool. Also, it just has like a lot of mechanics that just make that fix a lot of my problems with the classic Pokemon battle system. They have status elements. Instead of just doing weak and strong typing, instead of just being fire beats grass and does more damage as a result, all of the typing is status element based. So fire burns grass. Fire is, or if you do a fire move on a water Pokemon that makes steam, and that steam is like calming and soothing, so it actually heals it. That kind of thing. Like they explain every single interaction in the game by like putting some logic behind it and then explaining the status element that results in a very organic way that I feel is like a lot of fun. Finding those is a lot of fun, and dealing with them is a lot of fun. More so than just the simple, oh, you're grass, I'm rock, I do more damage. No, it's like, I'm grass, you're rock, and so I'll sap a little bit of life from you with my attacks as opposed to just doing damage or something like that. Like, it's more interesting. And the world and the setup for what's going on is also interesting. And the beasts themselves are like run the gambit from a lot of cool designs. It's a very good game. Wow, we're getting into some like heavy hitters in a row. I played a lot of good games this year. Chance of Sonar. Probably only going to make it into the honorable mentions, but I could see it bumping up into the top 10 depending on how things go. Chance of Sonar is a kind of puzzle game where you are playing as this guy, and you are in a world where you don't know any of the language, and the entire game is figuring out the language. Or the languages. There's multiple. Eventually. So you are just walking around, seeing signs that point to like doors, and figuring out, okay, this symbol probably means door. This symbol probably means open. This one probably means close. Like, you figure it out from context clues, from hearing other people have their conversations and seeing what they're doing. And it has a smart way of letting you lock in groups of symbols for their meanings. Like, you type in what you think they are in your notebook as you go along. And then every once in a while, the game will pop up a picture of drawn pictures of like concepts. And then if you fill in everything like on the page correctly with what you think they are, like what symbol is associated with what, then it tells you, yes, you're correct. These are what these symbols mean. So it lets you have a good feeling of filling out a dictionary of symbols in a language that you don't understand. And it just is really elegant in making it possible for you to do that. It's really good. Without going into detail. Watch a trailer if you want more detail or ask. Dredge. I don't think it's going to make my top 10, but we'll see. Dredge is a fishing simulator, but specifically like your entire boat. You're not like, for the most part, you're not doing like a fishing simulator like you're casting a line and reeling in. You are playing as an entire boat on the open sea, dredging the sea with like nets and stuff for fish, but it has an overall theme of like Lovecraftian horror on top of that. So like you should only be fishing during the day, because when the sun goes down, then you have like a sanity meter that starts going down, and you start seeing like phantom boats that aren't there, and rocks start popping up in your view that aren't there, but they still fuck you up if you hit them. And you catch fish that are like fucked up in like Lovecraftian ways, like they have like two faces and multiple eyes all over, and they don't seem right. It's a game that's a lot about a vibe. It's about a Lovecraftian vibe on top of a really good fishing management game, which sounds weird, but it has a really good loop of just like you go out, you fish, you bring the fish back, you upgrade your boat with the money you make, you're able to fish better, rinse and repeat until you're like exploring new islands and doing new objectives that include more than just fishing from island to island, because you're also like investigating what's going on and trying to figure out, there's like a larger story going on, but not too much of a story. There's just enough to give you a reason to go from place to place. It doesn't like slow things down, like, but it's mostly just like a, hey, I like this loop kind of a thing. This gameplay loop of just fish, sell, upgrade, fish, sell, upgrade. It's a good feel. And that these two being right next to each other is perfect, because Dave the Diver is also that. But it is, instead of like Lovecraftian overall, it's kind of like a lighter tone, a sillier tone. It goes places without getting into spoilers. But you play as Dave the Diver, who dives into the ocean individually to catch fish with a harpoon gun, and then you do that during the day, and then at night you bring it back to a sushi restaurant where you are managing a sushi restaurant with one of the coolest motherfuckers in video games, Bancho. He's one of the coolest video game characters of the year. But that is the same kind of game. But the difference is Dave the Diver keeps expanding how much you have to manage constantly in a good way. You get to a point where you have a fish farm, a regular farm for crops, the sushi place, other places to visit without getting into spoilers, that have other objectives for you to do, more specific objectives to do than just go out and make money. There's story stuff happening besides that. You get a gun, so there's combat, so there's actual boss fights. There's a lot to Dave the Diver. It's probably, I didn't finish it just because it's so long, but I did play a lot of it. I probably played 10 plus hours of it at least. I'd have to look, but I played a lot of Dave the Diver, kind of with intention of finishing it, but then I just realized there's some other games I could fit in before the end of the year, so I'm gonna go ahead and let it slip. But I could go back to Dave the Diver and have immediately a good time. I really enjoyed my time with it. I don't know if I liked it more than Dredge. They're like right next to each other because they're very similar types of games. And Dredge is so much longer ago. Dave the Diver I played in most of December, I believe. But then Dredge I played way back in like February, March, back when it came out. So it was a lot harder for me to attach how much I liked playing that game, but I liked it. I know I did, which is why it's up here. For right now, those will stay there. Maybe one of them will make the jump to the top 10. Deceive Inc. Oop, nope, I didn't mean to grab that one. Deceive Inc. It's going to be in the just fine category. Deceive Inc. I played because I love, or I really like not asymmetrical multiplayer games. It is a multiplayer only game where you are hiding amongst a crowd of NPCs. So like you were playing as a spy. Everybody is spies who can transform into anybody they see in crowded areas, and you have objectives that you need to do while avoiding the other spies. You need to get down. You need to get keys that unlock vaults or unlock rooms that get you access to the vault, and then you need to steal the thing in the vault and then exit the level without getting caught or getting killed by other players. It is pretty fun. It has some issues. The shooting isn't great. I don't know if the overall balance is fantastic. It's just kind of a meh game. It's a decent game, but it's just kind of meh. I played it for a good couple rounds. I don't really expect to go back, which is a shame because it's also a live service game, which means I think I put in money for like the battle pass, and I didn't really play it enough to make that money worth it. Plus, it's not free. So for a live service game where I had to pay like a price to get into the game, and I think I had to pay a little bit more to get to the battle pass, I didn't play it enough to get my investment back overall, probably. But I still had a good time with it. We'll see if I play some more eventually. They're adding more characters, so maybe if they add a character that I really love. But most of the characters I played as, I thought I would like, and then their abilities just weren't as useful as I would like them to be. This is going to be top 10. Let's not beat around the bush. Exoprimal was pretty good. Exoprimal is pretty silly good. Exoprimal is a multiplayer only game where they tell a single player story, which I finished while playing multiplayer matches. It's like the Call of Duty thing where they didn't want to have like a campaign mode. So you play multiplayer matches, and then in between those matches, you pretty much get cutscenes that tell you the overall story that's happening. And there are a few like milestone matches where you are fighting against a boss alongside other players who have also reached that milestone, I think. So that like it's weird, but like it works in the story, and the characters in it are actually a lot of fun. Like the main characters in the story are like pretty funny, and I laughed like in a kind of Guardians of the Galaxy kind of way. Like it's that kind of ragtag crew trying to deal with this. I haven't really talked about what the game's even about, but it's like a team-based shooter where you play as a team of exo fighters who are in these suits that are all pretty much have different abilities. There's a healer, there's a tank, there's DPS, that kind of thing. But you're fighting against fucking floods of dinosaurs. You see, they rain from the sky. You are in a world where it is raining with a chance of dinosaurs. Like the entire world has like the weather forecast tells you the percentage chance of how many raptors are gonna rain on your house today. And you have to just you have to make your way through these games, these war games against these dinosaurs, and you're trying to find a way to break out of the loop of games, like war games that this evil AI has put you in. And you have a crew of people, like on a ship, on a crash-landed ship on this island who are stuck here, and they're trying to get off the island and uncovering the conspiracy that led to these games in the first place. It's good. It's actually pretty good overall. It's not free, even though it's a multiplayer-focused shooter, multiplayer-only shooter. Probably doesn't have enough variety in the game types, but overall, still really enjoyed my time. I like anything with dinosaurs in it, and they're good, fun dinosaurs. It's fun to shoot dinosaurs. You also get to play as dinosaurs from time to time. You get to transform into a dinosaur and go fucking fuck up the other team, which is always a good time. It's just a solid game. I wanted the Monster Hunter content in it. There's Monster Hunter crossover stuff in it. I didn't even get that shit now that I think about it. But I played it a lot. I think I put like 20 hours into it or something like that at least. I played a lot of Exoprimal. It was a good game. We're getting there. We're almost done. El Paso Elsewhere. Fantastic game. One of the last game I played before my deadline of January 1st was up. I finished this on Sunday, I believe. Yeah, Sunday was, I think, the last day of December, and then Monday was the 1st. Yeah. So Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, I finished it. El Paso Elsewhere is a Max Payne-like, except you play as a Max Payne stand-in, a black guy who does the Max Payne voice, kind of, or that kind of like presentation. Except instead of shooting gangsters and it's about drugs, you're still popping pills, but you are going into a motel to stop your ex, who is a vampire, from destroying the world. So you're shooting vampires and werewolves and witches in order to make your way through like 50 levels through Max Payne shooting and dodging, slow-mo dodging. Pretty simple. Very simple graphics. It's meant to harken back to like PlayStation 1.5 type graphics, like very simple, low poly, but more detailed than a PlayStation would actually be able to get away with, kind of like aesthetic. Great game. Feels real good. A little bit lengthy. It probably could have done with like 40 levels instead of 50, but it was a breezy play. Like the gameplay is just so good. I had no problems doing it. I really enjoyed it a lot. I probably enjoyed it more than Exoprimal. Doesn't really matter because it's not in the top 10, but it's in the honorable mentions. It was a good game. Exit 8. This is a game called Exit 8. A very short experience. You can go play it right now for like $2 on Steam. I'm just putting it on here so people know it exists. It's a fun little experience thing where it's about you're in a Tokyo subway, or you're in a like Japanese subway, really fantastically rendered subway tunnel. Like it's very high graphics, but it's just one subway tunnel, so it doesn't have to do a whole lot, but it looks very good. Like the lighting and everything is like on the like porcelain or like the tiles and stuff. It looks really good. But the whole point is, without getting into spoilers, because it's like so short, or it's like the experience is like the point. But the point is, you go through this. You are looping through the same section of subway tunnel, and anytime you see something that is different, you need to turn back around and go back. And you need to do that successfully. You need to catch all the differences 8 times in a row, if there is one, because sometimes there is no difference. Sometimes everything is the same, and then you keep going. But as long as you don't get it wrong, if you keep going straight when it's the same, and you back up whenever something's different, if you do that 8 times, you make it to the 8th floor, and then you win the game. That's the short version. Without getting into the spoilers of like what kind of differences you might run into, it's a good little game. It's a good little $2 game or whatever. It's like super cheap, worth your time. Would probably take you an hour to do, or less, to figure out, probably, depending on how good you are spotting differences and your luck on which ones they give you, because there are some ones that are like really tough to spot your first times through, but super recommended. Exit 8. I'm gonna put it up there. The finals. I didn't play a lot of this. I liked what I played. It is another live service, multiplayer only shooter, but it has like the destructible environments of like a old school Battlefield game, mixed with like the game show theme of it's like a game show theme, but on like a Battlefield kind of feel. So you're not soldiers running around. You're like game show contestants killing each other like in virtual worlds, trying to win money and cash by like grabbing the money, taking it to a vault, and then guarding the vault while there's other. It's like 3v3v3, so it's like, at least in the basic mode, there's like 2 other teams of 3 who are also trying to get the money, and you're just like blowing up walls and completely destroying entire buildings in order to like protect and get to the vaults and stuff. It has like a parkour system somewhat, so there's like mantling and climbing a bit, and it has a good mix of like gadgets and stuff. It's a fun little game. It looks really good, but it's multiplayer only. It only came out like in November, I think, like all the way, and it deserves to make it, but it's not gonna get into the top 10 or anything. It's just really good. It's really solid. I'm gonna put it like around here. This was the year I got into Genshin Impact. I'm not gonna go into what Genshin Impact's really good, but it's a live service. Hey, what if Breath of the Wild, but with anime waifus though, and better combat? Really, I'm not even gonna lie to you. What if Breath of the Wild with anime waifus, better combat, and what you pick up actually fucking matters? As in, like, you're building up to, like, weapons and stuff as opposed to, oh no, my fucking weapon broke and it's completely useless. Like, but, you know, it gives you reasons to explore, even if those reasons are kind of grindy, MMO-y. Like, when you explore in this game, you find a thing that will help you level up one of your weapons or something. Like, it's not like its own reward. It's generally like, I'm doing this in order to level up these characters I like. But there's so many characters. That's the other thing. You're playing as like all these different characters who completely do combat completely differently, and they all like look really good and they play really fun for the most part. I mean, there's some more that are boring than others in terms of like the way they play, but like it surprised me how differently the different characters played. I thought they were just like, hey, this character does water, this character does like ice, this character does fire, but otherwise they're all like sword users, or, you know, there's sword people and there's arrow people and there's magic people. There's like the 3 types of people. I thought is what it would like break down to, but actually they have characters that completely play differently and they don't fit into any kind of category. Like, they are completely like, this character does this and nobody else in the game is going to do this. And there's just so many of them. I think they have like 40 or 50 characters that you could end up trying to get. It is super cool. I put a lot of time into Genshin Impact, and I want to say that it is worth the time if you're looking for something to kind of fill it. It has a pretty decent storyline that's keeping you going, like a pretty decent mystery that's keeping you going. The world is very fun to explore. The world is really big. Getting to each new area was always a good time. Like, it keeps you pretty much on the grind and shows you new content pretty on that treadmill. That treadmill goes pretty quick, even without paying any money. Like, I never put any money into Genshin. I think I did eventually because I played so much, I just felt like it deserved it. But you could play Genshin Impact completely for free and you would have so much fucking content. It's really impressive. I'm happy I played it this year, but it's just gonna go into just fine. I don't feel great about putting a live service game of its sort in honorable mentions, and it's not like a 2023 game, so that knocks it down to just fine, but very good. Humanity is a puzzle game where it is like, if you ever played Lemmings, it's like that. If you ever played Abe's Odyssey, it's like that. It's like you are a magical ghost dog or god dog that has to get these really fun to watch flows of people to go into a goal. Like, you can tell them to jump over a gap, or you can tell them to turn left or right. Like, the overall flow of people, like huge crowds of people, and that is just like the main appeal, is seeing the huge, like, hundreds of people jumping over a gap and going into where like you exactly needed them to go in order to complete the puzzle, kind of a thing. It's hard to put into words, but if you watch a trailer, you immediately get it. Once you combine my words with the trailer, I'm not going to show it here. finish it. I played it for like 3 hours. I didn't play it for very long. I got the concept. It would be something that I should probably go back to and put some more time into. So for that, I'm gonna knock it down because I didn't actually put that much time into it. But I do think it's good. I know it's good. There are people who did get further into it and can vouch for it, but I can't. I just didn't get that far in it. But I think it would be higher on my list if I spent more time with it. But obviously, not wanting to spend more time with it is part of the reason why it's not higher on my list. This is going up there. It's probably gonna win. I'm not trying to spoil, but man, do I love that game. Paranormal Site's gonna go at the bottom of honorable mentions. Paranormal Site, The 7 Mysteries of Hanjo is I need to take my trash out. It is a visual novel game. God, we're running right up against it. I'm not on a time limit, but man, I'm getting kind of hungry too. Paranormal Site is a visual novel game it is a horror visual novel game, but it's not really scary. It's just like supernatural, where you're in a situation. It's like a death game genre. Like if you're thinking about this like an anime, it's like a death game in the genre of like a death game where there's 7 people in the city that each have a power or a curse. They each have a curse that is only activated by doing something specific, and figuring out what those curses are is part of the fun. And how that interacts with the gameplay is fun. Even though you're playing like a visual novel, you are kind of like walking around-ish and doing certain things during conversations to make things happen. So, for example, one of the curses kills you if you turn your back to the person. So that you may find somebody who maybe your curse is you're usually trying to convince the other people to turn their back to you so you can just immediately kill them. It's like that kind of thing. You are running into other people who have curses and trying to not set off whatever their curse is while trying to get yours off is the way it starts. And then it turns into like a different kind of a story based around that, where that's not like the main thing you're doing, but that's the world and that's the setup for the game. It's a lot of fun. I liked it a lot. I think it'd be somewhere around here in my honorable mentions. Probably lower down here. But it's really good. I'm gonna do some quick ones. Farm RPG. I'm gonna skip over here and do some quick ones. Farm RPG. It's probably the best idle game you can get. This picture is cut off, but it's called Farm RPG, and it is just an idle game you can get on your phone for free. Idle game as in normally those are associated with clickers, where you're like you first start out pressing a thing in order to like grow crops or something, and then you can sell those crops, and then you can upgrade in order to make crops grow on their own, and then you upgrade that so that you can make more money off the stuff that grows automatically while you're still tapping. That's usually how idle games work. This is just like a fully fledged 50 different layers of interaction kind of idle game, where there's a whole bunch of things that you have to manage that add up to making your overall farm better. There are quests for you to complete. You have a farm where you're growing crops. There's fishing. There's exploring for different materials you need. There's crafting. There's so much that is given to you over time, and I'm getting to the point where I'm just about to finish it, or like have everything leveled up at least. But I could play this game probably forever. They constantly add new stuff to the game. There's seasonal stuff every month. It's really hard to explain without just showing you, or just downloading it and trying it. But download Farm RPG. It's a really good game. It's the only mobile game that's going to get anywhere on this list. Probably. I don't think I put any other mobile games on. And it's actually a game that you can play on PC as well, so it doesn't have to be mobile, but it's practically a mobile game. It's really only a mobile game that just has a bunch of different versions available in like the browser, or there's even like you can get it on Steam, but you don't need to. Just play it in the browser, play it on your phone for free. You can pay them money because the people working on it honestly deserve it for how much work they put in and how much they take back from the community in terms of like how much the community, like there is a poll that you can always vote in for, like, hey, what's the next thing we should add? Give your opinion on what this is this month or this week, blah, blah, blah. They listen to the community completely or constantly, and they add new things all the time. Very good game. Farm RPG, highly recommended. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of a mobile game. I'll put put it somewhere around there. Just in the just fine. Just because, like, I don't... It's a good... Yeah. Just fine in this context, in the video game context, is not as bad as it was for movies and shows. That was like, eh. But this is like, no, these are pretty good. They're not like honorable mentions. They're not like gonna blow your socks off. Got that one out of the way. I guess we'll just keep going. I wanted to pluck that out because that just was bothering me because it was at the end and I knew I didn't have much to say on it, so I didn't want it to be like the last thing I talked about. We're getting there. Like a Dragon Ishin goes into honorable mentions, probably at the bottom. Like a Dragon Ishin is part of the what used to be the Yakuza series. Now it's called Like a Dragon, but it's Ishin because it is the first time that we got the version of Yakuza / Like a Dragon that was based in old-timey samurai Japan. So you play as what I presume to be maybe an old ancestor to who is normally the main character in the modern-day version of the game. He's practically exactly the same looking and the same kind of like voice actor and everything. But you play him as a famous samurai in Japanese history, who is like a real historical figure who is running into a bunch of other real historical figures as part of the story in this game. But you do it with like the Yakuza feel of like the Yakuza quest system and open exploration. But now you have like a sword and a gun. Feels good. It's a good one of those. Not as good as... I'm just going to jump over to... Well, this is a full-fledged game. This is like a full 40-hour Like a Dragon experience. This is Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. That's going to probably make the list, probably. We'll see. It might fall. Because it is a spin-off game based off of the last one, which was Yakuza 6. It spans the time between Yakuza 6 and Yakuza 7. Or Like a Dragon 6 and Like a Dragon 7. But it is a spin-off about the main character and what he was doing during that time without getting into spoilers. This game finds a reason for the story to turn him into pretty much James Bond. He gets a bunch of gadgets from the government, and the government is asking for him to do like a mission, essentially like a shady government organization, I should say, is asking him to do missions for them. And as a result, he gets James Bond type gadgets, and he walks around in a suit the whole time. And it's just kind of like a silly, fun, bite-sized Like a Dragon experience. And when I say bite-sized, that's still like 15 to 20 hours. Well, that's short for like a Dragon game. But it has one of my favorite moments of the year in this game in terms of like the final cutscenes that happen. It hits real hard. And the gameplay is still really great. It gets back to like the brawling, real-time brawling gameplay that the rest of the series has kind of moved away from because it's going to like turn-based gameplay. But it's really good on that side of things, or it's good enough for the length of the game it is. Tells its story quick, gets in and gets out. It's probably the best new way to get into Like a Dragon since Like a Dragon or like Yakuza 0. So it's probably gonna make the top 10. I'm kind of knocking out the ones that I want to say more about versus the ones that we already know what they are. Spider-Man 2, we know what Spider-Man 2 is. It's probably going to make the list. Jedi Survivor, I've talked to the one person who would care about what I think about Jedi Survivor, but overall know that it's a fine game. I fell off of it. I have issues with it. Enough to put it in this honorable mentions because I just think it's not as well designed as it's a big budget game that's trying to be a Dark Souls without Dark Souls level of tight combat and gameplay. I have my issues with it. That's enough to say. If you want to know more, ask. But I know the person who would care about that, and I've already talked to him about it. Lies of P, on the other hand, is a Dark Souls-like that might make the list. We're getting down to the end of... Oh, no. Okay. Street Fighter 6. We know what Street Fighter 6 is. It's going to be on the list. Best fighting game of the year. Don't need to go into details about why. It's fucking good. It's really crazy good. Street Fighter 6 is crazy good. New characters. Great graphics. Came out of nowhere. Had no expectations. Did not ever think I was going to like a Street Fighter as much as I like Street Fighter 6. It is nearly the perfect Street Fighter. Maybe not the perfect fighting game, but it's nearly the perfect Street Fighter for me. I love everything about Street Fighter 6. So good. It's gonna be like up here somewhere. I know I just threw it up here. Spider-Man 2. Didn't expect Spider-Man, the sequel to Spider-Man, to be as good enough for me to care about it enough. I was even gonna probably skip it, like knowing like I'll play it eventually. But then I heard people say it was so good, so I went ahead and played it. It was that good, surprisingly good, surprisingly better than the previous games, while still being just as long. It was like as good as the Miles Morales spin-off game, which was like the right amount of side shit to do, while being the right length, but it was a little bit shorter. They managed to flesh that out into a full-length game that felt still as tight as that, and the swinging and the web gliding feel great. Improvements all around, in a game that I thought wouldn't be able to be improved by that much more. Fantastic. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. It's a great Super Mario Brothers game. I don't know if it's. I thought it was a lock for like the top 10. I don't think it is. I think it's very good, but I don't know if, for me and my list, if it's gonna make it. But it's a Super Mario. It's a really good Super Mario. There's a gimmick every level. The gimmicks are all really good. Everything is very feels really good. It's really interesting. All new enemies almost across the board, so you're not just playing around the same old Mario enemies. Like, each new level and each new world was bringing new stuff in a way that Mario hasn't in a long time for me. I finished it. I almost 100%ed it. I played a lot of it. I probably got like 90% of the collectibles. Very good game. But it's Super Mario. We all know what that is. Pikmin 4 might make my list. Problem is, I didn't finish it. Do I have anything else that's not qualified? You're only move this household, probably. I'll get into that. Pikmin 4 may be a perfect game, but perfect at a lower level. Pikmin 4 does exactly what a Pikmin game needs to do to the best of its ability, but that has a ceiling on it, but it never wavers from that line. Let's say this is how good video games can get overall. And this is how bad video games can get overall. I say that this is like the hard limit. Pikmin is like right here, and it never wavers. It stays straight. It never gets better, it never gets worse. It stays perfectly straight. It stays high quality and only fleshes itself out and keeps going and keeps being good and keeps going. It's a great cycle. But it never reaches those highs that some other games sometimes pass it up on. Is the way I feel about Pikmin 4. I didn't finish it. I put in probably a good 10 hours, I hope, of Pikmin 4. I want to play more. I need to make myself play more, but it's a long game. I already knew it would be, and I wanted to fit some other shorter games in before the end of the year. But I already know Pikmin 4 is really super great. I don't think it's going to make the list as a result, but it's really fucking good. And I'm not like a huge Pikmin person. I haven't played Pikmin since the first one, really. I think I played a little bit of 2, but only like a handful of minutes. Pikmin 4, though, I just wish it looked better. It's just trapped on the Switch. I just wish that it would have came out on like the Switch Pro or something, so that it could be looking a little bit better. But otherwise, no notes. Pikmin 4 is so fucking good. These are all things that, God, I have like to spend I could spend so much time on each of these. Okay, let's knock this out. Process of elimination is really interesting. Process of elimination is like the weirdest combination of visual novel for like the storytelling, but then it is for the gameplay part, it is a tactical, top-down, grid-based tactical detective game. You don't do any combat, but you're moving characters as if you were playing like a tactical, like a Fire Emblem or like a game like that, but you're not moving your group of detectives to fight. You're using all of your detectives in different ways to solve each level's mystery, and that's by stats. And you have like a full team of detectives, and they each have stats like investigation and tech knowledge and movement and all like they have like a full line of stats, but they all have to do with just brain shit. It's ridiculous. It's the weirdest game I played this year probably, and I love that. That said, I mean, it was fine. It was really, really good for what it was. I don't think that its gameplay. It was mostly story stuff with a little bit of gameplay, or like, you know, the ratio was off. But overall, I just wanted to note it because it was so fucking like it was wild what they did with the gameplay of it, and it was still pretty fun. It just kind of played itself after a certain point, though. Like, it wasn't really like that challenging. It was like there's only one way to really do these, and but it was still cool, and it told a good story. Process of elimination. Sonabi may make the list. I'm putting it up there for right now. I love Sonabi a lot. The only person who needs to know what Sonabi is already heard and may already have played about Sonabi, but it is a grapple hook based platformer with a really fantastic story told in fantastic looking sprite animation that really came out of nowhere for me, that I had heard good things about, or I hadn't even heard good things. I just knew I had put it on my wish list at some point, and then I went back and I was like, okay, well, let me go ahead and play this now. And it blew my fucking socks off with how good it was. Fucking love Sonabi. It's probably gonna be about middle of the pack or something like that, but we'll find out. These are really good games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Slay the Princess is probably gonna be, I think it's probably the best visual novel this year. I played it pretty late in the year. It is all story based. It is nothing but visual novel. You are only there's no other gameplay other than picking text on the screen. But the story it tells is really super cool, and the mechanics that have to do with the story are really cool. You just wake up in the forest. The narrator says you need to go into a cabin in this forest, take this, and at the bottom of this cabin in the basement is a princess. You need to go in there and you need to kill that princess, because if you don't, then the world ends. That's the concept. Why you need to kill the princess, how you kill that princess, if you kill the princess, if you want to just talk to the princess, all the different routes you could take are generally represented. You can ask all the questions to the narrator you want, and there's an overall story connecting what's going on that's pretty good, without getting into spoilers. Fantastic artwork, a really great artwork, really memorable look. Slay the Princess is one of the best games of the year. It's probably about here. Last not least, thank God. So there's some stuff I'm gonna have to bump up. Void Stranger is a puzzle game, 100% puzzle game where you are on a grid, picking up tiles and putting tiles down in order to solve puzzles. But there is a lot of other shit going on besides that is almost all entirely spoiler territory. The entire game of Void Strangers is practically a spoiler. But that is the core conceit. It is a puzzle game where you are making your way down a set of floors where you can pick up a tile and put down a single tile at a time in order to solve puzzles and get through each floor, where there are enemies that you have to avoid, or enemies that you can get the trick to fall into holes and you have to avoid falling into a hole yourself. But there's so much more going along the edges. I'm not going to go into it at all. Void Strangers is really super fucking cool. I didn't finish it. I kind of beat the main thing to do, but there's so much more going on that you need to do after that. I didn't really get like the story finished. I got like the mechanical finish where I beat all the levels, but I didn't get like the story completed. I would have to do so much more in order to do that, and I just got to the point where I couldn't figure out what to do next. That's Void Strangers. That's the entire list. So this is everything that's here. We need two more to move up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need to pick 2 more of these to move up. Can't be bold. It's not gonna be Baldur's Gate. I respect it a lot, but I'll put it right in the dead center of honorable mentions, because that feels more fair than putting it up front, where I feel like there's other things that could maybe take it. I didn't finish Pinkman 4, so I'm not gonna put that up there, even though I know it's a really good game. I finished Liza P, and it's really rare for me to finish Souls-likes, so maybe that should make the list. It would really suck if the stream like went down at some point. I just didn't realize it, but I've been watching. We're still going. We're past the 4-hour point, but now we're approaching the finish here. I don't think Chance of Sonar makes the list. I like Chance of Sonar a lot, but I don't think I like it that much. Lies of P I have some issues with, but overall it's pretty solid. It's pretty good. Maybe Dave the Diver actually makes it up there, because I feel like either Dave the Diver or Dredge should make it onto my list. These are all like the 3 management games right here next to each other. And it's like, which one of these would I want to play more of? I kind of want to do more Pinkman 4, but I don't think it has as high peaks as Dave the Diver. This is surprisingly hard. I think Lies of P makes it, but just barely. Oh, also, I didn't really say anything about this. Resident Evil 4, well, yeah, because it's a given. I have like a handful of these to talk about for the top 10, and then I put them in order, and then we're done. We're almost done, people. He says if there was anybody else left watching. I don't think I like Chances in art that much. Nor Super Mario Bros. Wonder. One of these are going to make it. I think it's going to be one of these. I think I'm gonna give it to Dave the Diver. I didn't expect that. No, I think it goes to Pinkman. I think I have a bias towards Dave the Diver because I managed to play more of it. I started it earlier than I did Pinkman 4. But I think Pinkman 4 is gonna end up being overall better game to me than Dave the Diver, but Dave the Diver is going to be a very close, like right behind it. Like they are interchangeable. I like Dave the Diver a lot though, but it may also be moving in a direction where I am in that game where I'm just like, I might be getting a little bit grindy now. I might be getting a little bit where I'm not making the kind of progress I need, but I feel like Pinkman 4, you'd be making like some real steady progress. So this is my list of top 10 so far. At least the 10 top games of the year, and I have to put them in order. I think I feel alright about that. Very quickly, Lies of P is really great Souls-like that I think, or really a Bloodborne-like specifically, and I think it does a really fantastic job of mimicking it. It has some issues with the combat that I think is not as tight, but overall it's tight enough for me to finish it, which is saying something. Talked about Pinkman 4. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I fucking love Resident Evil 4. It's one of my favorite games of all time. So for you to remake that game and make it actually better, I didn't think it was possible. I didn't think the idea of a remake was a good idea. I didn't think it was going to be worth it. I thought at best it would be like serviceable, but not as good as the first one, or not as good as the classic, just better looking. But I think it's different. It's not better, but it is an equally good game, which is an achievement. Resident Evil 4 is one of the greatest games of all time. I 100%ed it. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Love. I never played an Armored Core before. I played like a demo when I was like a teenager of like a not as good, not the same kind of game as Armored Core as this Armored Core, but this game got me into Armored Core hard. It is such a fantastic game. Giant mechs, feeling really cool in the really cool mech fights that are hard enough in the From Software kind of way. It's probably a little bit too forgiving, to be honest, for like what classic Armored Core used to do you. Like, this one's a very friendly Armored Core, from my understanding of what the series used to be before 6. Kind of in a similar way to Elden Ring with its... Elden Ring is a relatively nice Dark Souls. Armored Core 6 is a relatively nice Armored Core. But overall, really fantastic. Really great action game for the year. And then Cocoon. Fantastic puzzle game about going into worlds, out of worlds, like that you can carry. So you play as a little bug that can carry a little ball, and in that ball is an entire world that you can then go into and then find another ball in that world and bring it back out, and now you have 2 worlds that each have like their own levels. And those balls give you different powers, or you can use those balls to solve different puzzles with the powers. It's very hard to explain. If you watch the trailers for it, but it's a really good puzzle game that stays the same difficulty almost all the way through. I didn't really feel like it had any difficulty spikes. I didn't feel like it was too easy. It felt just right almost all the way through. I never really got frustrated. I slowed down for 1 or 2 puzzles, or like a handful of puzzles throughout the game. It was a great length. It was a great price. It is a just like perfect top of the curve on most aspects of a puzzle game that you could want. And then finally, Hi-Fi Rush. I don't really want to talk about why this is my game of the year. I thought there may be something that can knock it down. This came out in like February, March, and I was like, I think this is gonna be my game of the year, and it stayed. Not even Resident Evil 4's remake could knock it down from being my game of the year, mostly because this is a remake. And this isn't in order yet. Hi-Fi Rush is a beat 'em up or a spectacle fighter in the vein of like a Devil May Cry or a Bayonetta, except the main gimmick is everything is set to the beat. You have to fight to the beat. You have to jump to the beat. It is a rhythm-based fighting game, brawler game, and it is so fucking good. Now, add on top of that the anime presentation, the voice acting, the characters, everything about that game is perfect. And one of the top things about it is it just dropped overnight. We woke up one day, there was a presentation from Xbox, and they said at the end of the presentation, you can download it and play it on Game Pass right now for free. Or at least, if you pay for Game Pass. And so, one of the best shadow drops of all time. And that is just like, hey, we didn't say that we were making this game. You are just now hearing that this game even exists, and you can play it right now. It's a full-fledged $60 game that you can play right now for free if you have this membership. And it's one of the best games of the year. So fucking good. Alright, let's put this in order and wrap this up. This is definitely number 1. This is in my top 3. Street Fighter 6. Actually, this list kind of feels good. Maybe this is the list. Hold on. Is Armored Core that high? I don't think so. That feels better. I think the gameplay overall knocks this down a little bit, even though the story keeps it this high. Spider-Man 2 is really good. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have to feel bad about that. Spider-Man 2 was really good. It's saying something that I kind of liked, was more excited about sounding me though, for the little bit that I was playing it. That's the list. Yeah, that's my top 10 list. My screen was getting kind of dim from it looking at the same thing for so long, so I had to do that. I think that's it. We're done. lock it in. As number 10, Pinkman4. Number 9, Liza P. Number 10, oh no. Number 8, Cocoon. Number 7, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name. Number 6, Spider-Man 2. Number 5, Sonobi. Number 4, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. Number 3, Street Fighter 6. Number 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake. And number 1, Hi-Fi Rush. We did it. All 4 and almost a half hours of stream later, we have 3 top 10 lists of the year. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna save this stuff, post it sometime, get some food, take out my trash. I'm very tired. But I talked for this long and I didn't get any sinus problems for once. And my throat is only a little bit itchy. It's kind of a miracle. Sometimes I do like a hour and a half, 2 hour stream and I gotta be, my nose is just fucking with me the whole time. This was fantastic. This was as smooth as it could go. If there's anybody still here watching, if you watch for anything longer than 10 minutes, amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it greatly. But even if you're not, I did this for fun. I did this because I wanted to. Even if nobody else ever sees this, now I know where I stand on these games somewhat, or stand on all this stuff somewhat, and I'm happy. I just love having a reason to do this. I love having a reason to play games that I may not have had a push to do, and like having a purpose for like the end of the year to like make my way through a bunch of fantastic fucking games just feels really good. Thanks for watching. I'm sure I will never see any of you again. That's not true. But yeah, this was fantastic. I may be streaming some more throughout the month. I may be streaming more in general this year in 2024 for certain reasons. I won't go into right now because I'm tired and I want to stop streaming, but be on the lookout for more streams. Possibly. Follow me if you're watching for the first time. There's nobody here. This will be uploaded to my YouTube channel in the archive, as all my streams are for the most part. So if you didn't watch the whole thing tonight, if you came in late, if you came in early and had to leave, you can always watch it there. If you wonder what the ultimate result was, you can just skip to the ends of each of these lists just to see the final top 10 list. And always reach out to me if you have any questions about any of these, like how do I get this game? What services is this game on? What consoles is this game on? How much does this cost? That kind of thing. Or just Google it. You know, you can also just put the names of things in Google and you'll get that information. But I love talking about any of this stuff. All right. I think I'm done stalling. I didn't feel good just turning it off. So, thanks for watching. See you guys next stream.